Okay, City Council is called into session. We begin with the invocation, and I believe this is the responsibility today of Councilman Citro.
Mr. Chair, thank you very, very much. I'd like to introduce a friend of mine that I've known for many, many years, Ms. Sharon Stoll. Sharon has been working and volunteering as a certified harp practitioner since 2001, utilizing her soothing therapeutic music at bedsides in Tampa Bay area with hospitals and organizations such as Life Path Hospice, Tampa General Hospital, St. Joseph Hospital, St. Joseph Women's Hospital, nursing homes, assisted living facilities, and private homes. She is one of the founding members of the Institute for Healing Through Sound and Music and is currently the president of the board of directors. Also is a member of the National Standards Board of Therapeutic Musicians. She has been honored to be part of the standardizing board of all certification programs for therapeutic musicians. A longstanding member of St. John's Episcopal Church in Tampa, she has served on the vestry for 11 years in both elected and assigned positions. So at this time, I would like to welcome my friend Ms. Stoll to give the invocation. If you all could please rise and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance.
Your invocation first.
Okay. Most Heavenly Father, Father of all time and eternity, we thank you for bringing us safely here today. We ask for your presence in the City Council meeting. We remember those who have gone before us today, especially those we commemorate on the 75th anniversary of D-Day and the lives of the greatest generation. We remember those who labored not for themselves alone, but with the vision of building for the future a world better than they had known. Be with each City Council member and their support staff, drawing them close to you and each other as they labor on to their common goals. Help them to look to the past with gratitude and to the future with hope. As they move forward, release all fears, enabling them to reach for the unimaginable goals that they can accomplish as a united body. Shine your light on their path with clarity and wisdom so that they may feel your most holy presence. Fill them with inspiration to know and to see their vision so that they may strive for things beyond themselves and be dedicated to high purposes and grand horizons. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Stoll, if I may, Mr. Chair. Ms. Stoll, thank you very much for being here today. I know you have a busy schedule, but in the future, if we have any late nights, can you please come and play your harp so that we may be soothed during those late nights? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, roll call, please.
Dingfelder. Here. Goods.
Here.
Maniscalco. Here. Citro.
Here.
Miranda. Here. Carlson. Vieira.
Here. Okay, we begin. May I have a motion for approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now we go to ceremonial activities and or presentations. It is my understanding that item number 1 is going to be removed. Is that correct? That's okay.
But I would like to speak to it
Yes, sir.
briefly. Our wonderful assistant, Miss Cindy Sarf, this week was her last week, and we were trying to give her accommodation, but she's a very modest person, and she said, "I'm hitting the road and moving to Illinois." So anyway, we'll miss her, and she did a great job for 16 years for myself and Miss Capine. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good luck, Cindy.
And very well said. Cindy is a wonderful person who is a true public servant and a big sports fan, and we're losing not only a wonderful legislative assistant, but I'm losing a District 7 voter. So there you go. Okay, so if I may I have a motion to remove that from
So
the...
moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Dingfelder, a second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And now, if I may, I'm actually going to put a motion to have a commendation today for Mr. Perricone, who's here, and I'm going to hand a gavel to our Vice Chair, Mr. Maniscalco.
We have a motion from Councilman Vieira. Do we have a
Second.
We got a second from Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
All righty.
And if I may, I will proceed.
Go ahead.
It is my great pleasure here to give a Tampa City Council commendation on this very special day. As we all know, it is today the 75th anniversary of D-Day. And for this, we had been talking with the Tampa Bay History Center about getting something here for a very special Tampanian, Tampano, Mr. Sam Gibbons, who was a D-Day veteran, represented us here in the United States Congress for Tampa for 34 years. And so this is a very special day. And it happens to be that also we are honoring a World War II veteran today, Mr. Joe Angelo Perricone, who is here. This is Joe. Thank you so much for coming, sir. It's a real honor to have you.
Well, it's a pleasure being here.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
A lot of guys really deserve being here.
Amen. You're a very humble man. And this very humble man is here with his family, which includes Mr. Anthony Palermo, Judge Tom Palermo, Miss Anna Marie Palermo, some of his grandchildren, and then his daughter, Dolores Perricone. So there you go. And we're here today to give this fine gentleman a Tampa City Council commendation. Some of y'all may have read about Joe's story or heard about Joe's story in the paper. It actually made CNN. It made national media, which is always interesting. For this gentleman, the year was 1943. And he was a high school student, graduating high school at Hillsborough High School in 1943. He was, I believe, 19 years old and was drafted into the United States Army. And, you know, and think about it, 18 or 19 years old. I mean, imagine being an 18 or 19-year-old and being sent off to combat in Europe and literally having the weight of the world against the Axis powers on your shoulders. Well, that's what this one-time young man found. And when you leave home and go into combat, we can all assume that there's a lot of regrets that you have. You have regrets of leaving your family. I know you left your mother. You have regrets of leaving your loved ones, including his fiancee, Hope, who would become his wife of 72 years and counting. But one of the great regrets that this man had was leaving home without walking and getting his high school diploma. And it was a regret that he would carry with him for many, many years. Joe here would go on to serve in Europe, and he would go on to serve in World War II in the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Denmark, Sweden, and Belgium. After his service in World War II, he would return to Tampa. He would return to marry his fiancée and would return to really build a legacy, a wonderful legacy that is represented here today in these fine people who are here to honor their father and their grandfather. He would go on to do a great deal of work, including owning Phillips 66 gas station and working as a mechanic, often very, very dangerous work through all of his life. Hard, labor-intensive work, often working with his hands. But throughout all this time, and including building a legacy with his wife, Hope, his fiancée when he was sent off to war, that would include 6 great-grandchildren, 5 grandchildren, and 3 children, Dolores, Joe, and Delia, he continued to always carry with him that burden of not getting his high school diploma in a graduation ceremony, which he left behind when he wound up serving in World War II. Well, all of his lives, this fine man's grandchildren would hear about that. They would hear about this regret that he had, and so they saw to it about maybe 2 weeks ago or so, 2 weeks ago, that he could actually walk and get his high school diploma at Hillsborough High School about 72, 75 years after the fact. You know, let's give him a round. That shows a lot of strength. That shows a lot of determination. That shows what our Jewish brothers and sisters call a lot of chutzpah, and he did it. And so we are here today to honor this man with a city council commendation, and we have his wonderful family here. Including, and I should have also introduced him as a judge, Judge Tom Palermo, who was actually recently appointed by Governor DeSantis to the Circuit Court, who's here. So, Joe, we are here today on this special day. It's the 75th anniversary of D-Day, and it's a very special day for you, sir, because the city that you were born in, the city that your wife was born in, the city that you raised your children and your grandchildren, honors you today for your service and for your dedication with the City Council commendation, sir. And if you want to say anything, you may. And let's first give this fine gentleman another round of applause.
there's really not much I can say. There's a heck of a lot of men that really deserve to be here, can't be here, but I'm sure a lot of people think about them, and they did their job. I saw a lot of men, good men, hurt, killed, one thing or the other. I never came across one that didn't want to be there. I think they all did a great job, and I pray to God we never have another one like that. That's about it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. God bless you. Any,
Anybody want to say anything? No? All right, anybody on the dais? Councilman Dingfelder.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for your service and your wonderful family. I know the judge. Mr. Chairman, you mentioned Sam Gibbons, and I think you have a photograph. Can you turn that perhaps to the camera?
Thank you.
I just wanted to give a quick shout out to, I don't know.
You know what? I'll bring it.
Yeah, why don't you bring it over there? It's such a wonderful photo. I saw it yesterday for the first time. And,
Can I, if you don't mind, I guess, do I do it? There you go.
There you go. That will work.
There you go.
So anyway, Congressman Sam
There you
Gibbons,
go.
as we know, jumped into the backside of D-Day as a paratrooper, and then served our community in various legislative capacities, including I think more than 4 decades up in Washington D.C. as our congressman. And there are so many like him who served so well, like you, Mr. Barricone, and in a modest and humble way, and many we've lost over the years, but we never forget any of you. So thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? No? Just real quick, sir, thank you for your sacrifice. You got drafted and your life completely changed, and you had to put everything on hold, but you did so to essentially save the world. Because, they call you the greatest generation for a reason. If it wasn't for people like you and the sacrifices and the service of this country, who knows? We'd all be speaking German. I don't know. But the bravery that you've shown, and, growing up, anybody that was older, my grandfather's age, because he was born in 20 and he also served, they were all World War II heroes. Now, you're in your 90s, you're older, and seeing someone from World War II or Korea as well, it's like seeing a celebrity. My friends and I went out for coffee last night. There was a gentleman there with his son, and he had his hat on, World War II veteran. And you should see the excitement in my friends' faces. Do we talk to him? What do we say? Tomorrow's a D-Day anniversary. I mean, it was like, I'm glad that there's the appreciation, and I hope folks, and I know folks, know the importance of your generation and everything that you've done, and the sacrifice made, now 75 years ago. But we thank you. You're a proud son of this community. We're definitely proud of you, and we're grateful to have you here with us. So.
And Mr. Chair, I just wanted to point out in the back of the room, it looks like we have a bunch of probably 17-year-olds. And I'm sure and I hope that they never forget that they met a World War II vet and a proud hero who was willing to face evil on behalf of the freedoms that we have. And I hope you have a chance to shake hands with this wonderful man. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. All right.
God bless you. Let me.
Give him a chance to.
You want to get a picture of this? We're gonna go this way.
Do what?
We're gonna go this way. You don't want to stay by this way. Yeah, come on.
Where?
Outside. Oh, we're gonna take a picture. You have time?
All righty. We will now go on to public comment. We have 30 minutes allotted for any matters other than public hearings, 3 minutes per speaker. If you wish to speak, please approach the lectern and state your name.
Hi. Good morning, Tampa City Council. My name is Diana Klein. I am here today on behalf of our preborn neighbors who are being murdered in Tampa under your watch and jurisdiction. There's over 200 babies that are murdered every week in Tampa, Florida, and we need to end this bloodshed. It's my duty as a Christian to inform you of our God-ordained duty to preserve justice and to punish evil. Roe v. Wade is not a law. It's a fundamentally flawed court opinion that is to be completely ignored. God's word tells us that when the sentence against an evil deed is not executed speedily, that the heart of children of man is fully set to do evil. Tragically, we have cultivated a culture of death in Tampa and across the nation that needs to stop. We all need to humble ourselves and pray and seek God's face and turn from our wicked ways. And then God will hear from heaven and will forgive our sin and will heal our land. God's word tells us that we are all fearfully and wonderfully made in God's image, and that children are a gift from God, and that we are to open our mouth for the needy and to defend the fatherless and to rescue those who are being taken to the slaughter. All of us must do our part in loving, nurturing, and protecting our fellow image bearers in the womb, because love begins in the womb. I welcome each of you to join me in front of the murder mills in Tampa to help rescue the preborn from a brutal death. I invite pastors and any other professing Christian in this community to join me as well in front of these killing centers. There's lots of resources for women who are with child. There's lots of help for them. There's no excuse to murder a baby in the womb. And you can come see for yourself just how helpless that these babies are and come out to interpose on their behalf. And you can also find out more about the missionary work that I do at lovethepreborn.com. That's lovethepreborn.com.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Connie Burton. Several weeks ago, there was an article that was written in a newspaper, in our local paper, that talked about the $3 billion project that is being built. And we are all aware of that. And, you know, I continue to echo my complaints and concerns about expenditures and monies being set aside for that development. But what I'm here to talk about this morning is that in that article, it talked about a find of people that lived there way before this project was even being thought of. In the article, it talked about how a leak was made, and there has been discovery of artifacts of people that once lived in this area. And it also talked about human remains. It talks about how a 71-page report has been put together, but only a few people is made privy to that. And at the time, it was the mayor, the Tampa Bay Times, and the project manager. Now, if we are reading closely, we know that Jeff Bennick loaned the Tampa Times $12 million. And if we're only getting information out because it was a leak, then how would we know anything in regards to how those human remains will be disposed of? The article led that those from the Seminole tribe, their people's remains will be given back to them for proper burial. But once there was an African community downtown, in and around the garrison, and if those bodies, the remains of those individuals, are that of the African community, we want to be made aware of it. We don't want no quiet, secretly disposal of their body in some unknown grave, so a $3 billion project can proceed. We would hope that this council will intervene and start asking questions. in terms of seeing the report? What was the finding of the report? What is going to happen to the disposition of bodies of people that once helped build what we know to be Tampa now? That there should be some dignity in making sure that our people in this community have a decent and proper burial site. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And Councilman Goods.
Ms. Burton, thank you for enlightening me. I was unaware of any possible remains at any site that we're doing development on, and that concerns me. If you're saying that there's a site that development is being placed and possible human remains there, I don't know if the council has heard of this before. Mr. Shelby, you know anything about this? Or
I do recall seeing an article about it, so I believe there was an article in the newspaper.
I think we may need to look into that. We'll ask for a report from staff.
Did you want to do that in the form of a motion?
And I know Councilman Citro had something, I believe.
I'll hear Citro. We'll come back, but I'm probably going to make a motion.
Mr. Chair, with your permission and counsel, I would like to make a motion if possible. I would like to request the administration take the time to work with SPP and those at the construction site to ensure that a proper examination be given to those remains, and that all processes be exhausted to identify the remains as much as can possibly be given, and give a proper burial to those bodies found.
Any amendments or
Ask for a report back.
report back? Is that okay?
Report back, that'd be fine.
Okay,
I'll accept that amendment.
thank you.
Within the next 30 days?
We'll probably need a date, so that would be, want to do it the week after July 4th? Is
Correct.
that
Because
fine?
We come back to
Your next regular session.
What's our next regular session?
June 27th.
Is June 27th? Okay.
July
Is that
18th.
amenable
Fine,
with
sure,
everyone?
thank you.
Okay, July 18th, please. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Citro, a second by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Quite naturally, Mentes not Tampa, Florida. Quite naturally, the people would want to be made aware of anything that's going on with us and the developments about this. But the reality is, it goes right back to the basic, broad, general, complacent disrespect, 600-year-old disrespect people have for African people. You see white people celebrating, I don't know if it's celebrating or commemorating D-Day and death and war and crime and gore and all that other nonsense. And what you see, nobody, they talk about Auschwitz, they talk about the atrocities that's committed to Jews in Germany, and no one speaks of the atrocities, millions and millions and millions of death and murder committed by Hitler, Mussolini, and a bunch of other people. France, Belgium, England, U.S., against African people right in Africa. We haven't even gotten to the slave traders yet. Right in Africa, right in World War II. But all the white folks all over the world right now talking about D-Day and Normandy Beach. And nothing is said about the African, not one single word, other than 2,000 biracial children in England that whereas the soldiers weren't allowed to marry the white women and whatever. A disrespect, but it's a hatred that people have for this color skin. It's a hatred they have for this look. It's a disrespect. It's a natural disrespect. You can naturally do it and get away with it. It's cool. It's good with everybody. It's good with Detective Sarita Baker. It's good with Bob Buckhorn calling African women black bitches. And it's good with Bob Buckhorn calling for the lynching of an African man in 2018. It's good with Chief Dugan to see an African man and his wife physically attacked by some aggressive, animus strangers. And then what they do, put the charges on the black man. That's what's going on. And it's good to see they can have a secret report. It's a good thing that this city council say, hey, we're going to do something about this. But African people need something more done than motions and motions. Stop that project that's going on down there, and let's see what's up with that. And let's do something with dignity for once in this city's history. Let's do something with dignity in relationship to African people.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Morning, council members. Gina Grimes with the law firm of Howard Henderson. I'm here to address item 49, which is just an item you're setting for a public hearing. I represent Enterprise Rent-A-Car, and they're appealing a decision of the zoning administrator with respect to a site downtown. And the issue is that the hearing is not set till September. And this is a situation where Enterprise is trying to enter into a lease for a piece of property owned by Cardi Properties. And having a 3-month, dead period while we're waiting for the hearing to be heard or set would create major issues with respect to that lease. So what I'd like to do is ask if he could set it for an earlier date. I know the previous council had a policy of only 2 review hearings per council meeting, and I don't know if that's something that you all want to consider revising or updating given the economic development that we have going on. These kinds of projects need to move forward, so 3 months is a long time to wait for a hearing.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Dingfelder.
If we have a policy of 2, this doesn't seem particularly complicated, and
It's not.
and I doubt controversial. So I have no problem moving it up. Do you have a suggested alternative date?
August 1.
Yeah.
August 1.
Would
Unless
move
the
it up
clerk-
a month earlier.
Unless the clerk has an objection to that date, I would move this to August 1st.
Thank you.
10:30 a.m.
We have a motion by Councilman Dingfelder, a second by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next, please, for public comment.
Joe Robinson, second vice president of the NAACP. I'm back. Your honeymoon period is over, and I'm now here to say that the NAACP is checking all contracts, and we're going to be tracking this $35 million design bill to prove that the city does not care about minorities and that they do not follow their own guidelines. If you look real quick, here is the item on the agenda, Article 30, called Equal Business Opportunity Program. Doesn't even say minority, it says equal opportunity. It says the city will make list of contractors available. They're going to demonstrate good faith. Well, we're going to find out on this $35 million, Mr. Dangfelder. We're going to find out, because Joe Robinson is now investigating, and if I find anything corrupt, I'm going to go to the FBI, and I'm just telling you straight up. First of all, why do we have aspirational goals if we had a disparity study and we know that discrimination exists in the city of
Mr.
Tampa?
Robinson, can I interrupt you? It was an accident that you said Dingfelder and the FBI in the same sentence, right? When you said Dingfelder and the FBI in the same sentence, that was mere coincidence, correct?
No, I said Dingfelder because you had pulled it, but it's not been pulled back.
Okay,
And
all
that
right.
you are a strong advocate for making sure that there's fairness, because I heard every one of you guys during the campaign.
Thank
I
you.
said FBI because everybody knows that if I find public corruption, I will expose it. Okay? So I'm here to tell you, when you have big contracts like this, there is some type of corruption, kickback, favoritism, and buddy, and all of that. So I want it to stop. That's why African Americans aren't getting any work. My clock's ticking. So I'm going to bring you to Exhibit C. I'm going to ask you that your minority business department is supposed to come up with goals. They're supposed to sit down. They should already have a goal, but this is their so-called guideline here. Their so-called program procedures that need to be looked at. But an aspirational goal just means you might want to do it. If you did a disparity study, you should want to do it. And there's been evidence that African Americans have not had parity or equity in the system, so it was changed a few years ago. And the other thing I want to bring your attention to is this minority business office needs to update their statements. Okay, I'm meeting with Mr. Gluz Monday, and I will explain all of this to him in person of why we need to tweak the Minority Business Department program and procedures and what else going on around here with nonsense, okay? I done been there, done that, and I just went through recertification just to find out what they're doing, how they're doing it, and what the issues are. So I'm no friend. I mean, you know, I don't really even need any work at the city. But I stand up as the NAACP. Yvette Lewis has authorized me to investigate every agency that is as far as what they're doing with minorities, specifically African Americans. Specifically African Americans who are not getting their fair share. And if that's not true, why did we do a disparity study, and why did we update the ordinance and trigger, in my last 30 seconds, trigger the actual race-conscious portion of it on certain areas? So I'm going to leave it at that. I'm letting you know this is a $35 million deal in West Tampa, Mr. Citro, in West Tampa. So like I said, let's monitor this, let's take this serious, and let's make this contract Woodruff comply and get people hired on the spot and quit playing games, because we will be tracking, and if not, like I said, the feds will be around.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Good morning, Council. Rod Hatch, 1013 East Patterson Street. I understand today you will be discussing at the end of the item number 73, skate ramps and BMS structures today. I ask that you consider the following when having this discussion. The City of Tampa has numerous ordinances regarding specific accessory structures. One such accessory structure has an ordinance that exceeds the standard setback of 3 feet and requires a 5-foot setback. This same accessory structure also requires that if this structure is an in-ground version, it may not have a deck around it higher than 12 inches above the existing grade. If this accessory structure is an above-ground version, it may not have a deck around it higher than 36 inches above the existing grade. These ordinances are meant to protect the property values of the adjacent properties. My neighbor has built what the city also deems an accessory structure on his property that has an elevation 3 feet higher than mine, is 700 square feet in size, with a 5-foot high deck and a total height of 8 feet high to the rail. Yet, the City of Tampa has no ordinances protecting the property values and the property owners of adjacent properties. Tampa needs to adopt ordinances addressing these skate BMX ramps immediately. Ordinances such as 50 foot from an occupied residence, minimum setback of 10 feet, adding an additional 1 foot for each foot higher in total height over 36 inches, the same as pools. The maximum height of an accessory structure is 15 feet high. We need to put some fail-safes in there. The setback must also take into consideration the elevation of adjacent properties. For instance, if the adjacent property, as is mine, 36 inches lower, those 36 inches need to be added to the setback requirements of this accessory structure. In addition to this, the City of Tampa needs to place a moratorium on these structures of any open permit currently applied. My neighbor has rebuilt his half pipe once again, invading my privacy, decreasing the marketability of my home, and continuing to damage my property as his rainwater runoff from this structure continues to degrade his retaining wall, forcing my 9-foot high privacy fence to lean. He has not yet had his final inspection. But this structure cannot be grandfathered in. 30 more seconds, gentlemen. My neighbor with the skate ramp has been traveling for business the last few weeks and has been having someone let his dog out. Yesterday at approximately 9:30 a.m., this individual letting the dog out was standing on the deck of the structure, waving at me, looking directly in my window of my home over my 9-foot high privacy fence, taunting me. He then skated, and I recorded decibels as high as 73. I called the police and filed another report. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Good morning. My name is John Mall. I'm a water harvesting homesteader at 4104 North Lynn Avenue, Tampa, Florida. I'm here to talk about the mitigation credit for stormwater I've been trying to get. It's been stonewalled since 2015, when the city went out and got a $250 million bond. So I've taken this water starving thing to heart. I went to WikiHow, how to reduce stormwater runoff at your home, and they gave me 12 ways to do it, which I've done all 12 of them, so there's no runoff from my property at all, yet the city refuses to recognize that. I don't use any city water at all. You can see I've zeroed out. I don't have to buy the water from the city because I use the rainwater that I collect. I collect about 500,000 gallons of water a year that I let percolate into the ground or store it in my cistern. I got a letter from Joan Greco. I can just read it. There are apparently 4 tiers you have now: small, medium, large, and extra large, for calculating how much you charge people for a runoff. But there is no tier for somebody who has harvested all the rainwater and doesn't have the runoff at all, except with a mitigation credit of 100%, and that seems to be impossible to achieve with the city. I talked to, last time I was here, I was referred to Jan McLean regarding, and I'll just, in follow-up meeting between your clients, the malls, the city staff last week, the city accepts the submittal of the additional information you provided as supplemental to the last request from Mr. and Mrs. Mall for mitigation credit. As was discussed during our meeting, the city does not agree that the items that Mr. Mall has installed into the property would provide the necessary retention of storm event. Well, I just want to, this is one of my water harvesting devices. I set that in the yard, and the rain goes in there, and I look in there and see how much well, how does water get out of here and flow into the street? I can't even I bet I can't get the city to say that the water won't come out of here, flow uphill, and go into the street. But it's contained.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, sir. By coincidence, was meeting with Ms. McLean yesterday, and she and I discussed your situation. So you had an impact.
I'm trying.
Yes, sir. And it sounds like you're putting a lot of work and effort into reducing the stormwater in the area that you live. Perhaps if everybody did that, we wouldn't have to spend as much total money as we do. And maybe you could send some of that water back into the reservoir, and we could, cure some other problems. But anyway. But in all seriousness, what I'd like to do is ask the legal department, Ms. McLean, and the city's stormwater staff to carefully review your situation, meet with you again, make any suggestions they can to you. If they don't believe that you're satisfying the exception, then they need to spell out what you need to do to satisfy the exception.
Yes, sir.
And perhaps not have you chasing your tail, which it sounds like you're chasing your tail a bit. I'm
saving rainwater.
Yes, sir. So anyway, I'd like to make a motion to have staff revisit this, if possible, meet with you again, and come back and report to us. Perhaps in July. What would the date be?
18th.
July 18th at same time.
Second.
And I invite you all to come out and take a look at what a water harvesting can do. And I got a beautiful rain garden out there and just using rainwater. If any of you would like to come out, take a look. I'll show you around.
Okay, so the motion is to come back July 18th at what time, Mr. Shelby?
Staff reports?
Yeah. During staff reports. I see Ms. McLean is here. Ms. McLean, we do have a long agenda this morning, so I don't want to get wrapped up into this today, with all due respect, but just come back and tell us what's up. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Dingfelder, a second by Councilman Citro. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you, sir. Anyone else here for public comment? Oh, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Patricia Mall, and I live at 4104 Lynn Avenue. And I hadn't intended to speak this morning, but then when you're recognizing Sam Gibbons, who was certainly of value to our community, and the other gentleman that we honored this morning for the men, excuse me, who went on, who died on D-Day. I would like to add some other names to honor, and that are the men who stayed behind in Tampa and built the ships, like my father, Hugh Hampton Burke, and his brother, James Burke. There were hundreds of men in Tampa who were building the ships that allowed the men to get to the beaches on D-Day. So I would just like to honor them today. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. Anyone else here for public comment? Okay. I would also like to acknowledge, if I may, we have the Mayor's Youth Corps here, and we always have the nice young men and women of the Mayor's Youth Corps come forward and briefly state your name and what school you go to. So why don't y'all come on forward, as is our tradition, and we'd love to hear from you guys as to what your name is and your school you're from.
Hi, I'm Jake Nair. I'm a rising senior at Tampa Prep.
Great.
Hi, I'm Arlie Rubin. I'm a rising sophomore at Plant High School.
Go Panthers.
Hi, I'm Alex Rubin, and I'm a rising senior at Plant High School.
Hi, I'm Isabella Machado, and I'm a rising sophomore at Academy of the Holy Names.
Good morning, I'm Blair Broddick, and I'm a rising junior at Robinson High School.
Good morning, I'm Elizabeth Paparo, and I'm a rising junior at Academy of the Holy Names.
Good morning, I'm New Dang, and I'm a rising junior at Robinson High School.
Good morning, I'm Gabby Jones, and I'm a rising sophomore at Plant High School.
Good morning, my name is Ayana Waj. I'm a rising senior at Jefferson High School.
Good morning, my name is Sarah Jenkins, and I'm a rising senior at Bible Truth Academy.
Good morning, I'm Natalie Medina, and I'm a rising sophomore at Blake High School.
Good morning, my name is Christiana Dirks, and I'm a rising junior at Plant High School.
Hello, I'm Solange Sai, and I'm a rising junior at Plant High School.
Hi, I'm Isabel DiCecco, and I'm a rising junior at Brooks DeBartolo.
Hi, I'm Zamina Munir, and I'm a rising junior at Tampa Prep.
Hi, I'm Jordan Trice. I'm a rising senior at Jefferson High School.
Good morning. I'm Melina Seldes. I'm a rising junior at Chamberlain High School.
Good morning. I'm a rising senior at Hillsborough High School. My name is Anthony Allen, by the way.
Good morning. My name is Jules English, and I'm a rising junior at Jefferson High School.
Hi, I'm Anna Chang. I'm a rising senior at King High School.
Good morning, I'm Lott Brinkman, and I'm a rising junior at Tampa Prep.
Hello, my name is Karthik Nair. I'm a rising junior at Hillsborough High School.
Good morning, my name is Anish Dhanashekhar, and I'm a rising junior at Middleton High School.
Hello, my name is Jack Allgaier. I'm a rising senior at Jesuit High School.
Good morning, my name is Aiden Bennett, and I'm a rising junior at Hillsborough High School.
Good morning, my name is Sky Jensing. I'm a rising senior at Brooks DeBartolo.
Good morning, my name's Lauren Miranda. I'm going to be a junior at Brooks DeBartolo.
Thank you. Anything from council members? Council.
Thank you to all the students of all high schools. And first time in a long time, I'm proud to say that there was 3 Jeffersonians. Go Dragons!
Anything else, council? Thank you. And thank you guys very much for coming. And this is an invaluable experience. And choose wisely what you're doing your forthcoming years. That's all I can say. Okay, next, are there any requests for the public for reconsideration of legislative matters? There being none, we move onward to the consent agenda. And if I am correct, I want to make sure that the only items that we have pulled so far are 40 and 43. Is that correct? No.
Mr. Chairman, yes. Up until yesterday, I still had some questions on the various other items, and I appreciate you including those.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, I'd still like remaining to pull 40 and 43, and then it's my understanding 67, 68, and 69 are already going to be staff reports anyway, so there was no need to pull those. So
great.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we'll omit those. Okay, so first we move to Public Safety Committee. Mr. Citro.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move items number 3 through 5.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, do you wish
Oh, I'm sorry.
Item number 2?
Thank you. I'm sorry, my math is off. Let's hold on that, and we have number 2. Councilman Dingfelder, if you could take that one, sir.
Yes, sir. I move an ordinance amending ordinance number 2019-48, ordained by the City Council of the City of Tampa on March 21st, 2019, to correct a scrivener's error, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
We have a motion by Councilman Dingfelder, a second by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Mr. Chair, second reading and adoption will be held on June 27th, 2019 at 9:30 a.m. and Mr. Carlson is absent.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, now we move to committees. Mr. Citro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now I'd like to move items 3 through 5. Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Citro, a second by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, next we move to Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Committee. Councilman Goods.
Mr. Chair, make a motion, move items 6 through 8.
We have a motion by Councilman Goods, a second by Councilman Dingfelder. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, next Public Works Committee, Councilman Dingfelder.
Mr. Chair, and I did want to point out on item 10, which is a single source, a pretty significant one. Mr. Carlson pointed out we should give good scrutiny to single sources, and I'm sure we all agree. $742,000 for liquid copper sulfate, and as all of our young students here, many of which have taken chemistry, we use the copper sulfate to put it into the reservoir, and it drops out some of the solids, so it makes the water cleaner as it goes into the process. But anyway, my question was to our staff was, why is copper sulfate a single source? Because it's just a chemical. But apparently there's some sort of proprietary special type of copper sulfate that we use that makes this process more efficient, and the chemists came and explained that to me yesterday. So I'm satisfied with that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll move items 9 through 13.
Second.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion by Councilman Dingfelder, a second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Next, Councilman Miranda.
Chairman, I
Finance.
think item 15 was pulled by Mr. Dingfelder. Am I correct?
Previously, I've waived that now.
All right, so we move in items 14 through item 17. Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Miranda, a second by Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and then next we will go to Councilman Maniscalco for Building, Zoning, and Preservation Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move items 18 through 39.
We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, next.
Chairman, is that with the substitute resolutions, Madam Clerk, for 35, 36, 37? On the attachments. Okay, and that's part of the motion then.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next we'll move to Councilman Maniscalco for Transportation Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move items 41 and 42 since 40 and 43 were pulled.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, next we move to items being set for public hearing by council to item 44. Do we have any motions for 44 through 48?
Move to set the public move the resolution to set the public hearing for August 22nd, 9:30 a.m.
Second.
And is that for items up to 48, I assume?
Yes. Therefore, I'd like to correct that and move items 44 through 49. But I believe, wait a minute, Ms. Grimes. 49's already been taken care of, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I move items 44 through 48, resolutions to set the public hearings. I believe they are all on the same date, August 22nd, 2019, 9:30 a.m.
Yep, okay, we have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, next we move to our public hearings for 9:30. Do we need a
Move
motion?
move to open the public hearing. Items 50 through 51.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Citro. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, we move forward to item number 50. If anyone is here for that.
Good morning, Council. I'm Ron Vila. I'm staff at Historic Preservation. This morning,
Second reading.
we are reviewing an ad valorem tax exemption for the address of 1915 Avenida Republic of Cuba, which is located within the Ybor City Local Historic District and is currently owned by Ybor Voyardo LLC. This current photo that we have here shows the structure on the corner of 9th Avenue and Avenida Republic of Cuba. This building had a prior life. Little history on the building. It was constructed in 1895. It was known at that time as La Casa Manara. Then it changed its name in the 30s to the Gonzalez Clinic. And then after that, just most recently, it was the Don Vicente Historic Hotel. It's a two-story building that has twin balconies and awnings that project from the front facade in this early 1900s photo. While operating as Casa Manara, the building housed on the ground floor a drugstore and a furniture store as well, and then residential on top. We do have access to different maps and historic documentation. This is from the Sanborn map. This is showing the first floor of the structure. Has a wraparound balcony that relates back to this earlier photo. And then it has the uses as well, so we know that it had a furniture store, a drugstore, and then residential on top. The building first became a hospital in 1903. After 1903, the building took on some renovations. This is from the 70s. A lot of the original fabric and the exterior was lost. In 1939, it became the Gonzalez Clinic, in which by paying a small weekly fee, its members received medical treatment. The clinic had a long and proper association with the Cuban Club and was still in existence until 1973. And then in 1999, the building became a boutique hotel, which was the Don Vicente Inn, and continued into 2005 into the current owners have it under ownership now, and now it's the security firms take up most of the square footage in the inside. This is moving to the ad valorem. This was prior to rehabilitation. The building was in pretty good shape. There was some water intrusions and some cracks in the stucco on the exterior. This is after rehabilitation. The footprint of the building stayed the same. They tightened up the exterior of the building with the stucco and the windows. Moving to the rear elevation, pretty much the same. The building just had some minor deficiencies, and through the rehabilitation to receive the ad valorem. Once again, the back was had some attention to detail to it, stopped the water intrusion, incorporated a lift in the rear for the accessibility. You see the handicap spots in the rear off the surface parking. Moving to this rear area as well, there was just a concrete deck as you would enter into the rear of the structure. The new owners incorporated a Cuban tile that would be period appropriate to this style of architecture. And then lastly, on the exterior, this is on the south elevation, that lower portion. Incorporation of windows for the internal circulation in the floor plan. So they brought in windows to match the other windows that were there, introduced the sill. So it's a seamless addition to the structure in hand. Moving to the interior, has a grand space with high ceilings inside, has that ceremonial stairs, and then you see the condition of the wood flooring. The wood flooring was kept. Introduction of more period-appropriate lighting, the schoolhouse lighting. The wainscoting was left as well. Here you see the original columns that were in place. They were respected, cleaned, and then reused. On the first floor, some of the deterioration upon taking this job to move forward, and with that lower wainscoting after rehabilitation. This is the stairs leading down to the basement. And incorporating some sensitivity and some gilding on the railings. And then lastly, just to conclude with some shots on the upper floor. These were multiple rooms for the hotel that were, the demising walls were removed to create a sense of place and for their employees to gather. And then this is just one of the rooms that show the French doors leading out to the Juliet balconies and the trim around there. So this application is consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, and it is consistent with the ad valorem tax exemption program. I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions by council? Councilman Dingfelder.
Go ahead, Mr.
Did you?
No, just a comment, and this is completely off topic. I keep an open mind, and when it comes to haunted places in Tampa, and I've never had really any experiences like in the Tampa Theater or the Cuban Club, the traditional places. I went into the basement of this building about 10 years ago, and I take a lot of pictures. I'm talking about I've probably taken 50,000 pictures in my life. I took a bunch of pictures in the basement, completely empty, and there's orbs, there's weird stuff in all the photos. My friends have stayed there. Weird things have happened. Just this morning on my Facebook, a lady posted a picture of her husband standing in the staircase, and in the mirror, there's a picture of a lady in like Victorian era clothes. Really weird. So if you're into that stuff, go to the basement. I think it used to be the morgue, and I think there's Paul Guzzo with the Times knows the story, I think. But it used to be the crematorium downstairs, and there were murders and all this other stuff. But yeah, it's a creepy place. I love the building, but there's a lot of stuff down there. Thank you.
Councilman Dingfelder, then Councilman Miranda.
Mr. Maniscalco, as they said in Ghostbusters, we're here to believe you. Okay.
It's real.
Mr. Villa, just for the general knowledge as related to all these programs, and it looks like these folks have done a fine job. The prior owners did a good job of getting it close, and these folks took it over the goal line. But in regard to the program itself, it's a tax exemption. How long does that exemption last? And is that just for local taxes, or does that also help them with their federal taxes?
It's a different program. The ad valorem is a local tax. The property appraiser goes out there prior to rehabilitation, and whatever the assessment of the structure is at that time is the number that's affixed to the structure. Then after rehabilitation, it stays the same, and it's a 10-year window that they save on the exemption.
So it's a nice, significant savings for any property owner to go into this program.
As I stated, it's a preservation tool that, it's an elective program. You don't have to engage into it. But if you engage into the program, then we look at the exterior and the interior, and we use the Secretary of Interior standards to review the program.
And then I would imagine, you mentioned it's another program would be the federal
tax
program
credits.
and the tax credits. But doing this type of work will get them well on their way to the federal program as well.
That's a correct statement, yes, sir.
Okay. Just anybody who's watching, I want to encourage them to do both the local and the federal program. Thank you, Ron.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Mr. Maniscalco was speaking, this whole building, furniture store, rental property, hotel, hospital in 1939. Sometimes you wonder where you come from and your genetics about your parents and how you make up your personalities. And after he said all that, I started thinking I was born in that hospital. So now I guess that's where I get my personality from. So I can tell you that it was a great place. This was part of what they call now the Affordable Care Act, better known as Obama. That is, some president is after him now. He wants to tear down all the walls, whatever he's done good, he wants to tear down. And but it was called Mutual Aid Society, where you paid a small weekly fee, and from birth to death, they took care of you. and you got sick at the house, you didn't have to go to the doctor's office. The doctor came to see you at your house. They had 3 or 4 doctors that were on call, and you called in, and they went to visit you, and they gave you a prescription. You took it down to the drugstore, which was on the south side of the building, and you went in. The area that Mr. Maniscalco was talking about, the stairs going down, on the left side was where you took out they had the resources to take out your blood and analyze what you had wrong. And on the right, I never went in. Maybe that's where he went in, where the morgue was. Now I know where he got his personality at. But I'm only joking, my friend. But anyway, it's a great life. We invented Medicare, and we invented the lottery when I was a young boy in Ybor City. However, it was called Bolita, which was illegal at the time. So the government takes it over. It's legal because they make the money now. But I appreciate it very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Anyone here from the public to comment on item 50?
Move to close.
Okay. With motion to close by Councilman Dingfelder, a second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilman Goods, if you, sir, could take item number 50.
Item number 50. Ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance approving a historic preservation property tax exemption application related to restoration, renovation, and rehabilitation of certain property owned by the Ybor Barriero LLC located at 1915 North Avena, Republic of Cuba, Tampa, Florida, in the Ybor City National Historic Landmark District, based upon certain findings, providing for the notice to the property owners of Hillsborough County, providing for severability, providing for repeal of all ordinance to inflect, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Goods, a second by Councilman Maniscalco. Please record your vote. Thank you, sir. Next, we move onward to item 51. If anyone here is here for 51.
Rebecca Kurt, Legal Department. Item 51 is a scrivener's error on a previously approved ad valorem. The Exhibit A was a legal description that was attached to the property, and that exhibit was not, unfortunately, attached when you originally passed this, so we're asking you to pass the scrivener's ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Anyone here from the public here to comment on item 51?
Close.
Motion to close by Councilman Dingfelder, a second by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilman Maniscalco, if you, sir, could take item 51.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. Ordinance amending ordinance number 2019-50, passed and ordained by the City Council of the City of Tampa on April 4, 2019, correcting a scrivener's error for an ad valorem for property located at 1902 North Avenida, the Republica de Cuba, by attaching Exhibit A, legal description, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Miranda. Please record your vote.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
when I opened the public hearings, I stopped at 51. I'd like to make a motion to open them, items 52 through 60.
Thank you, sir. We have motion by Councilman Maniscalco. We now have a second, by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we move to item 52, if anyone is here for that. Oh, thank you. Yes. If everyone who is going to be speaking today on a quasi-judicial matter, please stand up, raise your right hand, and prepare to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Yes. Thank you. Mary Samaniego, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. Items 52 through 57 are all second readings. The required changes to site plans have been completed and are available at the City Clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from council on item 52? Okay. Being none, is anyone here from the public to comment on item number 52?
Mary Samaniego, I do not see the applicant present, but I ask that you proceed with the hearing.
Thank you. Okay. And I'll premature there. Is anyone here from the public here to comment on item number 52?
Second.
Okay, motion to close by Councilman Miranda, second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Mr. Citro, if you could take items 52, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move for an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. The ordinance providing a special use permit S2, providing a place for religious assembly in an RM16 residential multifamily zoning district in the general vicinity of 3518 and 3519 East 9th Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, as more particularly described in section 1. Thereof, providing an effective date.
Motion by Councilman Citro, a second by Councilman Miranda. All in, strike that. Let's record your vote.
Motion carried with Dean Felder being absent at vote.
Okay, we're moving to item, oh yes, sir. We move to item 53.
Good morning, Council. Steve Michelini, representing the applicant. We received a unanimous vote on the first reading, and we respectfully request your approval on the second reading. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council for the applicant? Okay, being none, is anyone here from the public here to comment on item number 53?
Second.
We have motion to close by Councilman Miranda, second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilman Miranda, if you, sir, could take item 53.
Thank you, Chairman. Move under number 53, file number REZ 19-29, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 214 South New Jersey Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily to RM18 residential multifamily, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Miranda, second by Councilman Maniscalco. Please record your vote.
Motion carried with Dean Felder being absent at vote.
Thank you, Council.
Yes, sir. Next move to item 54.
Morning, Council. Gina Grimes with the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson, representing the applicant. I'm here if you have any questions.
Any questions for the applicant on item number 54? Okay, being none, is anyone here from the public here to comment on item number 54?
Move to close. Second.
We have motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilman Carlson, if you, sir, could take item 54.
Sure. Move file number REZ 1933. Ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2514 West Prospect Road in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS60 residential single family to RS75 residential single family, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Carlson, a second by Councilman Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried with Dean Felder being absent at vote.
Okay, we move now to item 55 if the applicant is here.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, council members. I'm David Mechanic, 305 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, here on behalf of the applicant on item 55, and I'm just here to answer any questions.
Any questions for the applicant from council on item 55? Okay, being none, is anyone here from the public here to comment on item number 55?
Second.
Oh,
Kristen Moore, Legal Department. I just wanted to clarify, there is a revised BPA that I sent out by memorandum yesterday, so please do the substitute resolution.
yes, ma'am. We had a motion to close, I believe, by Councilman Maniscalco, a second, I believe, by Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Now, Councilman Goods, if you, sir, are fine with taking item 55.
Yes, sir. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 608 North Willow Avenue and 132 West Cass Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification CG commercial general to PD planned development residential multifamily restaurant and strip shopping center with all CG uses, providing an effective date.
And with the resolution?
With the resolution.
If you could take them separately.
Yeah.
And just so
Excuse
that we're
me.
clear for the
Okay.
record, Councilman, that's a motion to adopt, is that correct?
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, motion by Councilman Goods, a second by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Or actually, second reading, I
reading.
apologize. Record your vote.
Motion carried with Dean Felder being absent at vote.
Okay, and does anyone wish to move the resolution?
And that's with the substitution.
Substitute resolution.
We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Next, we move to item 56, if anyone is here for that. Anyone here for either? Thank you.
Mary Samaniego, I do not see the applicant present, but I ask that you proceed with the hearing.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from council for item 56? Okay. Being none, is anyone here from the public here to comment on item number 56?
Second.
We have a motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Councilman Maniscalco, if you, sir, are comfortable with taking item number 56.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 4224, 4226, 4236, and 4242 East Bush Boulevard, and 4213 and 4215 East Eva Street. In the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification CG, commercial general, to PD, plan development, retail sales, gasoline, and restaurant drive-in, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried with Dean Fowler being absent at vote.
Okay, next we're moving to item number 57, if anyone is here for item 57.
Good morning. My name is Michel Manis, the applicant for item 57.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone here from the public here to comment on item number 57?
Move to close. Second.
Motion to close by Councilman Miranda, second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilman Citro, if you, sir, could take item 57.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In file number REZ 1961, I move an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 4501 North 42nd Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS50 residential single family to PD plan development, place of religious assembly, providing an effective date.
We have a motion by Councilman Citro, a second by Councilman Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried with Dean Fowler being absent at vote.
Thank you, thank you. Next, we move to item 58, if the applicant is here or anyone from the city staff.
Good morning, Julie Hardy, Legal Department. I'm here representing the City Planning Department on vacation petitions for you today. Given that you have several public hearings on your agenda for vacating applications, I thought it'd be a good time to refresh you on some key points to consider as you make your determinations on these applications. Based on staff reports, comments, and evidence presented, council should consider the following criteria to decide whether the vacation of the subject right-of-way is in the public's interest, or at least that the vacation will not adversely impact the public and the right-of-way is no longer needed by the city. And I'll go over some of the criteria that you should keep in mind as justification for vacating the public right-of-way. These criteria have been upheld in court, the Florida courts. They include, will it alleviate or relieve the public from the cost of maintaining a right-of-way which is no longer useful or used by only a very few members of the public? The second criteria is, will it alleviate a public nuisance such as dumping or curtail criminal activity? Will it foster redevelopment of the abutting properties? Will an abutting owner's access to the property be completely cut off or substantially diminished as a result of the vacating? Can the general public interest be served by approving the vacating petition subject to special conditions being imposed, such as easements? Council may consider the current use of the right-of-way, if any, and reasonable potential future use, and the benefit to the adjacent property to which the vacated property will be attached be considered. Please keep in mind that if you step outside of these criteria, it exposes your decision to a risk of being challenged. If you have any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from Council? Councilman Miranda.
How does she feel? Did you write the ordinance?
Did
you write this? The ordinance?
I drafted
I
them based on
understand you
the
said
staff.
all the ramifications about the audience, so you feel fine with it?
Yes, sir, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else from council? Okay, is anyone here from the public here to comment on item?
Barbara Lynch, Land Development. The city is the applicant in this one, so if you have any questions, I'm here to answer any questions.
Yes, ma'am. Any further questions? Thank you, ma'am. Anyone here from the public here to comment on item number 58?
Move to close.
Second.
Motion to close by Councilman Miranda, second by Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilman Goods, if you, sir, could take item 58.
Ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance vacating, closing, and discontinuing and abandoning a portion of right-of-way known as Gray Street, lying north of Cypress Street, east of Clark Avenue, west of I-275, and south of Nassau Street, in Belvedere Park, a subdivision in the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida. The same being more fully described in section 1 hereof, subject to certain easement, reservations, amendments, conditions, and restrictions more particularly set forth herein, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Goods, a second by Councilman Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried with Dean Powder being absent.
Okay, now we move to item 59.
Barbara Lynch, Land Development Coordination. I'm here to answer any questions, and the petitioner is here.
Thank you, ma'am. Is anyone from council have any questions for item 59? Okay. Now we move to public comment. Is anyone here to publicly comment on item number 59? Oh, sir.
My name is Alan Dobbs with Florida Design Studio, 5502 North Cherokee Avenue. I am the applicant and the agent for the owners of Perfecto Garcia Cigar Factory, the ones petitioning for the alley, abandoning the alley. So I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, is anyone here from the public here to comment on item number 59?
Move to close.
We have a motion to close by Councilman Miranda, second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilman Maniscalco, if you, sir, could take 59.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning a right-of-way alleyway lying north of 17th Avenue, south of 18th Avenue, east of 15th Street, and west of 16th Street. You're in Sanchez and Haya Real Estate Company's revised map, a subdivision of the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida. The same being more fully described in section 1 hereof, subject to certain easement reservations, covenants, conditions, and restrictions, more particularly set forth herein, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried with Dean Powder being absent at the moment.
Okay, next we move to item 60.
Barbara Lynch, Land Development Coordination. I'm here to answer any questions, and the applicant is here.
Any questions for staff from City Council? Okay, being none, applicant, anything, sir? Ma'am?
No, I'm just, if you have any questions, I'm the applicant for corporate representative for Interest Recovery, Inc.
Good morning. I'm Cheyenne Whitfield, the attorney for Interest Holdings.
And if I may have y'all's full names, and I guess you gave full name.
My full name is Nicolo Tarantini.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions from the applicant from council? Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone here from the public here to comment on item number 60?
Move to close.
Okay.
Second.
Motion to close by Councilman Miranda, second by Councilman Goods. All in favor?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Next, Councilman Citro, if you, sir, don't mind taking item number 60.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In file number VAC 1914, I move for the ordinance to be presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning the right-of-way alleyway lying north of 9th Avenue, south of 10th Avenue, east of North 32nd Street, and west of North 33rd Street in Powell's addition to East Ybor, a subdivision in the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, with the same being more fully described in section 1 thereof, subject to certain easement, reservation, covenant, conditions, and restrictions more particularly described set set forth herein providing an effective date.
And before we do that, I see here a note from Planning and Development and Code Enforcement and/or TPD to provide written reports on this issue. Has that all been done? Okay. But before we do that, I want to go to the maker of the motion, Councilman Dingfelder, and seconded by Councilman Citro. There was a request, I guess, for written reports, or y'all?
Actually, I thought what I was hoping for was a quick staff report in regard to, just as related to alleys and the importance of alleys, and especially in historic neighborhoods and that sort of thing, and then try and relate it to this particular project. Now, I know this one was unusual because of the dimensions of the lot, and I appreciate that, and I respect the property rights of the developer. But did we have other staff that was going to talk to us, or what did I didn't get a chance to see that particular staff report.
And if I may, Councilman Dingfelder,
Yes, sir.
before Mr. Shelby, did you have something to say, sir?
Yes, a question relative to that. The hearing is closed, the ordinance has been read by title. The question is, if this is a staff report of general nature, or is it evidence that is directly related to this particular parcel?
Mm-hmm.
Because if it is something just of a general nature, a policy decision.
No, it'd be, I would move to reopen.
Yeah, then let's do that.
Second.
And thank you for that, Mr.
Thank you,
Shelby.
Mr.
Councilman Dingfelder just did a motion to reopen. We have a motion by Councilman Dingfelder, a second by Councilman Citro. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, go ahead.
The police and standards and enforcement sent a report over to council
Right, that was
that
part
talked
of
about
it.
the dumping. And I did ask Urban Design to come and talk about this today, but I don't see them present. So, oh, there.
So, in regard, before you start, Kathy, in regard to police, I didn't see the report. I'm sure it's there, but what did it say?
It basically said there was criminal activity as far as dumping goes, and they had some pictures of the debris left on the site, and then they just targeted some of the different people that had complained to standards enforcement.
Well, the funny thing about that is, when I saw, there is no defined alley there. You know, it's just part of all the overgrown.
It's just a platted alley that never got improved,
Right.
basically.
So it's not like the alley had been dumped in.
No.
All the properties around there, I'm sure, are
Right,
dumping
right.
grounds. I just wanted to
And people
clarify.
are apparently parking cars on these lots and things like that.
Yeah, but putting an alley in is not necessarily going to change any of that. But anyway, go ahead, Kathy. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Catherine Coyle, Planning, Design, and Development Coordination. In general, when we look at these particular items, and again, transportation, planning, and design is also looking at it from downtown.
Thank you.
But from strictly a planning perspective, we do look at the grid and what is around it and its context of the development pattern.
Good.
As you can see, this is the location here. This is bounded by the connector, the Selman I-4 connector, I-4 this side. And the grid here is actually closed. There is no connection under the connector, and there is no connection under I-4 except under 34, so it is a closed grid. I did a blow-up of the surrounding blocks. And we do definitely look at the importance of alleys.
Why is that, Kath?
Alleys basically as part of the grid and the connection, whether they're used for service or utilities, or other infrastructure uses, and whether or not they're open and improved, or they're just on a map and have never been improved.
But alleys are generally important in some areas, correct?
In some, and that's why it's definitely in context of the area that it's in. Okay. So looking closer, if you look at each particular block, this is the subject block here. And you can see, we also take into account from our planning perspective and a design perspective is the natural resources aspect as well, because we do look at tree placement, because trees grow where you plant them, but they also grow where they want to. So you do have a large cluster of trees here. The alley has never been improved. Looking at the rest of the platted area and surrounding blocks, you can see the alleys haven't been improved and trees have just kind of grown where they want. You can see that this actually has a platted alley as well. None of these are closed on paper. They're actually open, but all the fence lines kind of follow that back line. It's not open. And this one isn't either. And that is a predominant pattern in this particular area. They were just simply platted on paper and never actually used. So we found no public purpose to keep them open because as a larger grid, it doesn't actually connect because of the cutoffs from the interstates.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could, that information is exactly what I was looking for. I hope in the future that if there are alley vacatings requests, that we can see that type of relationship with other, other neighboring blocks and the context that the request is in.
I can have our planning staff add those few sentences to describe what it was they were looking at.
Now, the other part of this, Ms. Coyle, and I'm so glad you're here, is what got us here. And I don't know if you're familiar with
that I can't answer. That
no,
would be
but
Barbara.
it's not an answer I'm looking for. It might be the solution.
Okay.
And council, as you recall, what got us here was this property was X number of feet short because this, I guess at some point we changed the city code to, to require or not allow. It wasn't a buildable lot because it became too short, right? And
okay.
Yeah, and I know we used to have the 80% rule, and I'm not looking to bring back the 80% rule, but I would like you to chat with staff at some point and perhaps revisit this, because to me it's sort of overkill that he has to come in and go through this vacating thing, vacate the entire alley, et cetera, just to add those additional couple of feet to make this a buildable parcel. And I hope we can look at that, maybe tweak the zoning code to address some of these anomalies, especially when the city causes the problem. And I think that when the city changed its code, perhaps the elimination of the 80% rule, we threw these types of parcels into that situation. So,
Just for clarification, the elimination of the 80% rule was simply taking away the special use process for it.
yes.
The plan development zoning process is still there for
Yes.
substandard lots to come in.
But a PD
and
process is even more onerous than the vacating alley process.
It is. It is the same process as the special use process, though. So it's the same as the old. It follows the same steps that it used to follow. Actually, what we've done in more recent history, looking at our overlays in our special districts, is we've included a lot of record provision. So that if we look at a certain area and we look at the pattern of that area and how it was platted and how it's developed, we stick in a lot of record provisions so that if you are a lot of record by plat or deed as of a certain date, you are a buildable lot. That actually takes care of it without any other issues with how it was platted with alleys or anything else. It's just those platted lots they can build.
Well, without getting into it, I don't know why that didn't work for them, because
They're not in one of those areas.
Oh,
That's
it's
the
only
issue.
specific to areas?
Specific areas.
Well,
So that's why I was
maybe we
throwing
should
that out.
broaden that out.
That's why I suggested
Okay.
bringing it up.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Council.
Thank you,
Yes,
Commissioner.
sir.
Bring her back.
Councilman
Kathy,
Deeds.
come back.
Ms. Coyle?
Ms. Coyle?
Glad you brought that up. That area there, is that not the Gary Ebor area?
Yeah.
I don't know the exact name of the area, but yes, it's the eastern side of Ybor City. It's not part of the actual historic district, I don't believe, but it is
No, because
east of it.
it's northeast.
Mhm.
Good point, because they're starting to build over. I took Mr. Shelby over there yesterday. He's seen all the vacant lots and alleyways we have over there. So good point, Mr. Dean, Thank you.
Councilman Citro, then Councilman Fay.
Yes, Mr. Chair, when I seconded the motion that Councilman Dingfelder made, I was more interested in the staff reports that of illegal dumping and crime that might be happening in this area to warrant the request by the owners of this, and I am very satisfied with the staff report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Carlson.
Sorry for a newbie question. If this was a paved alley that was regularly used by the public, would staff have strongly recommended against this?
It's always hard to say in a hypothetical, but likely if it's an open and used alley, that we probably would not be in favor of removing it.
We can bring this up in new business, but I think at some point we need a more fulsome discussion about alleys.
I'm not going to belabor the point of alleys any much longer, but there's certain parts of the district that a lot of alleys are used by the public. There's certain parts of the city that alleys are there that have never been used.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
And just to note, when people come in and we talk to them about vacating alleys, if it's paved and used, we tell them this is probably not a good candidate for vacating and try to discourage that type of application, knowing that it'll probably not get approved.
But just to belabor it one more second, we had some alleys, I think they were in Soho, okay, earlier, about 15 years ago. And they might have been barely paved, they might have been barely used, but when the activity and the construction started, okay, it was an opportunity to get those developers to rebuild those alleys because they wanted to build those quads, remember? And utilize those alleys as a rear-loaded garages and that sort of thing. Ultimately, we've ended up with some nice alley systems that didn't exist. I think there's a balance on every single one, but we should very carefully study those on a case-by-case basis. Thank you.
Thank you. And then next for the applicant, if you'd like to say anything further in rebuttal or response to the discussion that we just held.
No, sir.
And if you could go up there and just make your clear with your name.
No further comments. I appreciate your
And
time.
could you mind stating your name again?
Nicolo Tarantini.
Thank you,
Applicant.
sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Just out of abundance of caution, any further public comment whatsoever on item number 60? Okay.
Second.
We have a motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, Councilman Citro, if you don't mind, again, reading item number 60, sir.
Can my motion still stand, or would you like me to read it again?
Do we need to read it again?
It's not necessary.
Okay, there you
Thank
go.
you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. And who seconded that? Okay. We have a motion by Councilman Citro, a second by Councilman Maniscalco, and let's record our vote.
Motion carried with Carlson voting no.
Okay, next it is.
Move to open the 10:30 public hearings, items 61 through 66.
We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we move on to item 61.
Chairman, did you want to swear in the public for the 10:30 hearings?
Sure.
Or did you
If
do that?
if anybody here is speaking on these items who has not been sworn in, please stand up at this time, raise your right hand, and prepare to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Ryan Manassi, Planning Design Development Coordination. Good morning, Council. The item number 61 was continued from May 23rd, 2019 evening AB public hearing. I'd like to hit on some key points from that meeting. This is the application for AB 2-1912 located at 1925 East 6th Avenue. It's for a small venue, beer, wine, and liquor consumption on premises, as well as package sales consumption off premises. The proposed uses for the site are bar, retail sales, and business or professional office. They were requesting a waiver for the parking reduction, which comes from section 27-283.7, which required 12 parking spaces. They have 4 on site, a 67% reduction, as well as a waiver from the distance separation requirement that comes from section 27-132. It's a requirement of 250 feet from other AB sales establishments, and they're at 165 feet. This petition was continued. There was some notes that I took on the first one that council and the agent agreed to add on to the site plan before we get to second reading. One of them being that there would be no outdoor amplified sound, and then it was continued to go into the discussion about the hours of operation. The agent, Mark Bentley, is here to present to you some proposed conditions for approval for the hours of operation, and staff would be available for any questions that you may have on that.
All right. Any questions? No? All right. Applicant, Mr. Bentley?
Good morning, Chairman, members of council. My name is Mark Bentley, 401 East Jackson Street, Tampa, 33602. Where we left off at the last hearing was I had suggested a condition to impose limitations on the hours of sale with the exception of some special events in Ybor City. And a concern was raised about the propriety of doing that, or legality, and the charge was between these 2 weeks to research the legality of imposing a condition like that carved out these exceptions. I've had conversations with the city attorney, and I proposed a condition which requires the cessation of sale of alcohol at 12 o'clock every night. That can only commence sale of alcohol at 11 a.m. on Sunday, which is consistent with state law. And we carved out the exceptions that I'd mentioned before, squabbling, et cetera. And Ms. Mora has reviewed that for legal sufficiency, and it's my understanding that she believes that it is legally sufficient as to form and substance. And I have that condition. I could present it to your legal counsel. And one other thing too, is about 2 weeks ago, we sent a letter to the condo association located directly to the east that had raised concern about the hours and the outside amplified music, and told them what our intention was.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Any questions from board members? No? All right.
Yes.
Oh, Councilman Dingfelder.
So I see a letter from Mr. Mintzberg outlining the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 additional nights that he would like to stay open, I guess till, what, 3, or up till 3, with one additional special event annually, including the James E. Rooster Fat Tuesday Bar Crawl, which I wasn't familiar with, Mr. Bentley.
Either was I.
Or St. Swithin's Day. But anyway, and then one additional special event annually. And I guess I would just ask staff, and I'm in favor of this generally. I know I don't want you to get me wrong, and I think it's consistent with our previous discussion. My only concern is sort of the vagueness about, quote, one additional special event annually, and also would these specific dates be also posted with the posting that we're doing here?
Kristen Moore, Legal Department, yes. So what we have done in the past, we've had council has seen some other situations like this where there are specific evenings where they want to have some kind of event. And what council has done in these situations is require them to notify the zoning administrator by January 1st each year, by month, date, what those dates throughout the year will be, and then they post those on the premises so it's easily viewable by customers, by TPD as well. So it's clear to everyone what those specialized dates will be, and that deals with the somewhat vagueness of those dates that are not clearly known.
So they have to pick in advance what that additional date would be.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilman Goode.
Just a few things. Our ordinance for alcohol consumption is to 3 a.m., correct?
Kristen Moore, Legal Department. Chapter 14 has different times for different establishments, but typically 3 a.m. is the hour, yes.
And this is a beer, wine, liquor consumption, correct?
Correct.
My only concern is this. Let's say the applicant sells the business, and you've indicated these conditions. Is that binding? Will that carry on to the next owner if he sells the business?
Yes, our alcohol approvals are tied to the land, not the individual applicants. So all of these conditions will continue to bind any future owners that are selling alcohol. The only thing that would change that is if they came and made an amendment here at City Council. Otherwise, that permit and those requirements will travel with the land.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair. if I
Yes,
may.
sir.
Ms. Mora, hate to keep you going back and forth.
I keep trying to escape.
With having looked at this, I would be in support of it, with the exception of, let me digress, including the non-amplified music. Could these same dates be self-imposed instead of being in front of us today so that this would not carry on to the next owner?
So.
Okay, my point being, and I cannot give evidence.
Yes.
However, I am sure that there may be other evening festivities that this establishment might want to be open till, more than just one more a month. I'm not sure, I'm not giving evidence. However, could this be self-imposing by the owners on when they want to close?
So the way that the condition is worded is they are required to close at 12 a.m. every single day, with the exception of the 10 dates that they provide in advance to the zoning administrator. That would be enforceable by TPD.
Then let me just make this statement. Then although I like this group, I really don't want to see them in here every month saying, oh, well, we forgot this date, or we forgot that date, or we forgot this date. So again, I am in favor of this, so I just wanted to clarify that this morning.
Thank you. Anything further from the applicant?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Anything further from council on item 61? Okay. Anyone here from the public here to comment on item 61? Sir.
Hello, council members. My name is Roger Kessler with Unique Property Services. I'm the Community Association Manager for the property, Fifth Avenue Villas Condominium Association, who's right across the street from the subject property. I think they already answered the questions, and I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Mintzberg for proposing that and agreeing to those terms. Thank you very much for that. The concern was that if a new owner came and took over the establishment in the future, that maybe their wet zone permit would allow them to then increase music and play and be loud and have hours of operation pretty much throughout all of the night. But that's been answered now, and thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else here from the public? May I have a motion to close?
So moved. Second.
Or strike that, actually. Any rebuttal? I doubt it.
No thanks.
That's what I thought. Okay, we have a motion to close. I believe it was by Councilman Miranda. I believe a second by Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilman Miranda, are you comfortable with taking 61, sir?
Yes, sir. I'll take number 61, file number AB2-19-12. Move an ordinance presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance approving a special use permit S2 for alcohol beverage sales, small venue consumption on premise, and package sales, off-premise consumption, making lawful the sale of beverage regardless of alcohol, beer content, wine, liquor on that certain plot or tract of land located 1925 East 6th Avenue, Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 2, that our ordinance or part of ordinance conflict are repealed, along with the agreements proposed of approval of the hours of operation and also the letter signed by Mr. Michael Mintzberg regarding the days plus one date to be determined.
Second, and with that second, I'd just like to compliment the neighbors and the owner for working out this compromise with us, and thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Miranda, second by Councilman Dingfelder. I guess we're all in favor.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mr. Chair, second reading and adoption will occur on June 27th, 2019 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Councilman Carlson.
I just want to say also thank you to the owners and developers for working with the neighborhood to work out a resolution. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Okay, now we move to item 62.
Barbara Lynch, Land Development Coordination. This is a request to vacate a portion of an alley near West Tampa. I have a map for the overhead. And this is a T-shaped alley. They're asking that the east-west portion be vacated. The north-south portion is in use. It lies south of Douglas, north of Braddock, east of Campania, and west of Armenia. I have some pictures. This is the alley looking east from Campania. And then this is the east-west portion looking west from the north-south alley. This is the applicant's home. And then this is the north-south alley. This is improved. So that's looking south from Douglas and north from Braddock, and that part is not part of the request. And then I brought the plat over just to show you the part that's being requested to be vacated is this alley. This was 10 feet, and then the north-south, for whatever reason, they platted it at 15, so there's a width difference there. And no objections from staff on this, and easements for wastewater and TPEP have been requested.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Councilman Dingfelder.
So, could you put that last map up that showed the context of the proposed vacating?
The plat? This one?
Okay. So here, at least in regard to blocks 1, 2, and 3, are we to conclude that those are active and open alleys?
Let me look. 1, 2, and 3 are still open, and wherever it's hatched is where there's vacating. So this street's vacated, these alleys have been vacated south and then to the east.
Okay.
And then one to the north.
All right, and go back.
Okay.
Yeah, just put, I like that one.
Okay.
So The subject properties, do I take it as that 13 and 14?
Yes.
Lots 13
The shaded,
and 14?
yes.
And what is the basis and justification, the reason for it?
Well, it states that the alley is not in use, and that's the reason for the vacating. And to be honest, the gentleman that I was dealing with on this is Hispanic, and we had a little bit of a communication problem, so I was trying to get the best answers out of him. But, you know, to be honest, when I went down this alley to the north-south, I didn't do a good picture. The fence lines go to the corners of 9 and 28. You could go down it possibly this way, except for the overgrowth down at this end, because it's sort of open here. But when you come down this north-south alley, you couldn't turn into that alley.
I see. So this is an unusual alley because it doesn't just pop out at an active
Street.
at Armenia.
Yes.
Like a typical alley does. It
Yeah.
pops out in somebody's backyard.
Well, it pops out to the north-south alley that is improved. But to try and go down, you know, make a turn in because of where they fenced, which they're allowed to do, it would
Okay.
be hard to
All
use
right.
it off the
Well, it sounds like
north-south.
that's somewhat of an exception. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Councilman Carlson.
Sorry, another newbie question, but why
Ma'am.
would the city not pave and maintain alleys?
Well, that's more of a transportation issue, but, you know, if it wasn't a lot of these alleys are in old plats where they were not required to build the infrastructure. If these were platted today, the streets and alleys would, as part of the subdivision process, they would have to be improved. So you have a lot of old plats that were drawn up and then not necessarily the improvements made. We have it, like a good example is Port Tampa. They didn't build any of the roads in Port Tampa, you know. So now later on people are coming in and building roads, but it's very costly. So that's one of the reasons that they, you know, paving an alley to city standards costs a lot of money, so.
And maybe we should do this in a workshop, but have you had an instance where neighbors came to you and said, our alley looks like this, please pave it for us and maintain it?
They generally wouldn't come to me, they would go to transportation, and typically, I think the answer would be that, you know, that if they want it paved, they would probably have to come up with the funds.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything else? Okay. Is anyone here from the public or here to comment on item 62?
Hi, my name is Diane Valdez, and I live in the house on Braddock, and I really don't understand what this is all about. Could somebody tell me what vacating the alley means? I don't know what we're doing. I'm just here because it involves me in some way, and I don't know how, so.
If you want.
You probably got the notice letter, right?
I did, but I'm like, I don't even know what
There
it
you
means.
go.
So what are we
Well,
doing?
so basically, it's a.
Could you pull up the map so we could
Sure.
all see? And
Maybe she can point out her house on the overhead if she's inclined.
So you're on Douglas or Braddock?
I'm on Braddock.
Okay, so you're on this side. So basically, behind your house, and remarkably, everyone's put the fence lines on their property lines for the most part there. So you actually have a space
We
behind
do.
your property.
Yes.
That space is 10 feet wide.
Right.
And currently, that's a publicly platted alley. So you have an underlying fee interest in it, but you can't use it because it is publicly dedicated.
Right.
Okay. So what happens if this gets vacated, it will revert to the abutting property owner, so you will pick up that 5 feet. The new property line will be the center line of that alley.
Oh, okay.
And you will gain 5 feet. Now, there will be an easement reserve, so you can't put a structure in there. You can fence it, but you can't put a permanent structure in there. But it just adds a little bit to your backyard. And it's easier for you to maintain in terms of.
Why wouldn't I want to do that, though?
I don't know.
Okay. All right, well then, I'm glad I showed up.
Okay.
You get a prize. Everybody gets a prize.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else here to publicly comment on item number 62?
Move to close. Second.
We have a motion to close by Councilman Dingfelder, a second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Any opposed? Councilman Carlson, are you comfortable taking item 62, sir? Nope. If you're going to vote no, then well, and that's yeah. What you usually say is I must decline. So that's fine. We'll come back. Councilman Dingfelder, are you comfortable taking item 62?
Yes, on this particular one, based upon the fact that it does dead end into another alley and really is not able to be driven on, even if we paved it and everything else, I'll go ahead and move this ordinance for petition VAC 19-17 being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning the east-west portion of alleyway right-of-way lying south of Douglas Street, north of Braddock Street, east of Tampania Avenue, and west of Armenia Avenue, in Winton Park, a subdivision in the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida. The same being more fully described in section 1 hereof, subject to certain easement reservations, covenants, conditions, and restrictions more particularly described herein, more particularly set forth herein, provide an effective date.
We have a motion by Councilman Dingfelder, a second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Any opposed?
Mr. Chair, motion carried with Carlson voting no. Second reading and adoption will be on June 27, 2019 at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we move to item 63.
Barbara Lynch, Land Development Coordination. This request is in South Tampa, Gandy Sun Bay neighborhood, and I have a map for the overhead. And the applicant is requesting to vacate the remainder of an alley that was previously, the east half was previously vacated in 2002. And it's south of Wisconsin, north of Iowa, and runs between Church and Dale Mabry. So, some pictures real quick. So this is, was originally petitioned in 2002, and I think the reason that at the time that this was only partially vacated was because I think there was some use of this, and I discussed that with the applicant, and she said they're not using it anymore, and so she went ahead and filed the application. So, and the other part of this is interesting. This is Church Avenue. This is unimproved. So this piece of alley is unimproved alley off an unimproved street to a dead end. So, knowing that, so then this is the alley looking east from Church Street toward the dead end. And this is Church Street where the alley exits onto the open part. And this is the applicant's property, and it's looking south of Wisconsin. And about the original plat over, so you can see this is the alley in yellow, and the part that's badly crosshatched is the part that was vacated previously. And then this is just a little snapshot. So many alleys over here have been closed. And staff has no objection to this request. They would want an easement for wastewater and TECO.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Dingfelder.
Ms. Lynch, if you go back to maybe some of your photographs, two questions. Do you have to go out and traipse around and take these photos?
Yes.
Yeah, I hope you have some high boots for that. But in all seriousness, sometimes you see these alleys, and frankly, I'm surprised this one's not more overgrown, where people use them to, pull a car into their backyard, or pull a boat into their backyard, or a camper with a gate, and that sort of thing. Did you see any indication of gates?
No, and to be honest, I did not go all the way down this alley. I was by myself.
Okay,
and
I'm seeing somebody against the wall nodding her head, so we might hear a little bit more about that issue. And how the petitioner, him or herself, is over there. How far back into this is that petitioner?
All the way. Yeah, so they're at the dead end. So here's where the part was vacated previously. And they're.
So arguably, just as long as you're at the podium, leave it
okay,
up.
sure.
Arguably, we could vacate that one 10 or 15 foot section behind the petitioner without vacating the entire remaining segment if there was a compelling reason, correct?
Well, that's more of a staff question, because that's one of the, Ms. Pointer, I'm sorry, she came to me and said she thought there might be some opposition, and she really said she didn't care, she just wanted this piece done because, if it came to that, because
right.
She just is concerned about the property being.
I mean, we've noticed for more, we would be doing less, so I don't think it'd have to be renoticed.
Yes. In the past, when it's less, you can do that, but, in the past, we did do that. You'd say, okay, we just want to do part of it, but now there's some issues possibly with transportation wanting to look at this again, and turnaround issues, which doesn't make a lot of sense because it is unimproved.
All right, well, let's see where it goes. I just wanted to see from a legal perspective,
we've done it in the past.
If we shrank down the request,
we have reduced
then maybe everybody could be happy.
Yeah, in the past, we have reduced gone to a partial vacate.
Okay, thank you.
Any further, Councilman Goods?
Ever come back to the podium?
Oh, ma'am, if you don't mind.
Ms. Lynch, I'm
Yes.
sorry. My eyebrows are starting to raise with these alleys now. Could you put the photo
Sure.
up with the alleyway?
You want
The debris-
overall, or do you
The
want?
debris, with the debris in the alleyway, the overgrowth in the alleyway?
Oh, okay. This one?
No, the
photograph.
The actual photograph of the alley. It just raises questions to me that I look at these alleyways now. What is the city's responsibility or the homeowner's responsibility for these alleyways? Because
In terms of keeping them mowed?
exactly, keep them mowed, clean. I mean,
The
you know,
abutting owners?
but you know, so city, we have no responsibility at all. We don't have code go out there and look at these alleyways.
Well, code will go out and look at them. If they're overgrown, get reported as overgrown or fenced, and they'll go and cite the owners abutting it, because by code, you're responsible for the part that you abut to the center line, to keep it clean, mowed, trimmed up.
Like you are on your front sidewalk.
Yes, exactly. You do it in the front of your property too, because most of your
I'm starting to see where Mr. Carlson's
Carlson's
going with possible workshop, maybe later on with a motion, but yeah, I've got some concerns about what we are not doing or what we should be trying to do just to keep the beautification of the city up.
Councilman Carlson.
I assume we have to wait till new business to make a motion to, for a workshop.
Probably best.
Okay, but is it so you said that part of this has been vacated already. Is
Yes.
that a standard justification for vacating the remainder of an
No,
alley?
but, you know, we can't really do much with a dead-ended alley. I mean, in terms of transportation issues, you know. I'm not talking about the people that live on it, I'm just talking about the city as a whole. That's why, actually, code requires when you do go to vacate an alley that you ask for the whole thing. We won't take a partial vacate of an alley because it does no good for us to have half of it closed.
This one's a bit of an anomaly,
Well, this
excuse me.
happened quite a bit in the past, they did partials and things like that.
Anyone else from council? Thank you, ma'am. Is the applicant here?
Yes.
If you wish to speak or say anything, go for it. And state your name.
Property
And if you don't mind,
August-
ma'am,
I'm
state
sorry,
your
my
name.
name is Stephanie Pointer. I live at 7709 Landcare Lane in South Tampa. We purchased this house in August of 2016. When we purchased the house, we had a tree that was on the easement that had to be removed. It ripped the fence down. It cost me $500 to have my tree guy go back there with a bobcat to remove the trash from the easement. The easement is currently fenced on 4 sides and has been for I don't know how long. When the city vacated that easement to the apartments next door in 2003, I can understand why, because we do have owners on the alleyway that do use that for access. I don't know how often, because I took pictures on April the 15th and I took video yesterday. There are weeds back there that are taller than I am. When she took those pictures, they have not changed in the last 2 months. The folks who are, oh, I'm sorry, how do we turn the projector on? I'm like, you guys can see this?
We see.
Where? It's on.
It's on, oh, okay. You guys can see it. So I own property number 8. I have a statement from property owner number 17, who is in the same boat I am. We are a garbage cleanup crew. As a matter of fact, I have been standing in my backyard watching bottles fly over the brick wall that is on the side of my property on the east side, where the apartment owners are negligent in having the garbage picked up on a regular basis. Honestly, I don't care about the rest of the alleyway. What I care about is the property that's behind my house. I cannot properly upkeep it. I have enough issues with them. I have reported them to the city several times in the last couple years. If somebody was using it, I'm all for it. But this property is a nuisance. I called the city then. I came back and I did apply for this. I do understand that folks may use the alleyway occasionally. The folks from number 11 and number 12 are here. They don't have an issue with it because they've had vagrants back there, they have vandalism back there, people want to go back there and hide and do drugs. So just my little piece right here, that's all I really honestly care about. One more thing. But when they vacated in 2003, it created a problem called we have filth. And I actually have video on my phone of the trash from yesterday because I went out there and videotaped over the top of my fence. I mean, if I have to clean it up, I should be able to move my fence to the back of the property line, and it should belong to me if I have to pay to have it cleaned up. And for this poor young lady who bought this house, and it's her very first home, she should be able to go out. I mean, she's actually picked up garbage. She told me, she said, I've been out there picking up every time I have a chance. But, I mean, she should be able to put her fence back there and be able to maintain that area, and it belonged to her if she's expected to be doing the work. And like I said, these folks, I'm sure they'll be happy to speak to you, but all I really care about is me being able to maintain my property in such a way that's presentable, that I can provide nice housing for folks and reasonable housing. That's what I do. I'm a landlord, and this is a rental property. And I provide good housing for folks, and I think that they should be able to have a place that they don't have to go behind and worry about filth and all that other stuff, because this place was cordoned off. Had they not done that, then there wouldn't be a wall to throw things over. But I'll be more than happy to show you the videos that I took yesterday of the property.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything further? Any questions?
Can I submit this letter from Ms.
Sure, you may give it to our attorney, Mr.
Ms.
Shelby.
Bailey?
And
She is the property owner.
I assume council members will probably want to see that. Any questions of the applicant from council members? Anything further, ma'am, you'd wish to speak on or in your time? Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Is anyone here from the public here to speak on item 63? If so, please come forward. Ma'am, and please state your name.
Good morning. Susanna Johnson, representing Mr. and Mrs. Johnson, residents at 3816 West Wisconsin Avenue, which I believe is 2 houses down from the applicant's rental property. My parents do actually use that. In the back of their house, there are actually 2 freestanding garages, one that is big enough to fit a vehicle, as Councilman Dingfelder mentioned. They're in opposition of actually restricting that, vacating that alleyway, because again, that does restrict their access to the remainder use of their property back there and allowing them to bring the vehicle back in that alleyway. I did also speak with them, and they have no objection to reducing the application, as has already been discussed today, and restricting it to just the applicant's rental property, so long as, again, they can still have access to maneuver like they need to for that back.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Councilman Dingfelder, and then I think
Go ahead,
Councilman
Goods first.
You say that your parents have garages back there, correct?
That's correct.
It's drivable, that portion where your house, where their property is, it's drivable? Because when I'm looking, I don't see that being drivable.
To get down, I do believe that it is. My dad drives a very large truck.
You could probably drive up Church from the south end, which is Iowa, because it's blocked in Wisconsin, and then down that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll show you the.
Show me.
And this one's 15
right.
feet or 10 feet, Barb?
This is the entrance right here. So that's right at the alley. So I think that part looked the most clear, which is up to the.
Which is up to, yeah.
Yeah. And according to, I'm sorry, what was it?
Ms. Johnson.
Ms. Johnson, her properties are on Wisconsin 9 and 10.
Number 10?
9 and 10.
9 and 10.
9 and 10? Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 2 questions. One, I didn't catch your name.
Johnson.
Ms. Johnson. So looking at this aerial, you're talking about your parents have 9 and 10?
I do believe so, yes.
Okay, and
Just 10. Just 10. Thank you. Yeah.
just 10, and they have an investment in the structure in the back in turn. What is it, cinder block or
Correct. Yes.
Cinder block?
Yes.
And is there an opening that faces the alley?
Faces the alleyway, yes.
Okay, and he uses it probably not daily, but he uses it periodically.
Correct.
Okay, to get his truck in and out.
Correct.
All right, so that's why we're not seeing tracks necessarily in that alley.
That is
He
also
might-
correct, yes.
Might just go up and down there periodically.
Right.
Okay. But as you testified on their behalf, you have no objection if we vacate behind 8 and 17?
No, I mean, like I said, so long as it does not, whatever vacation does not affect their access to get back there, they don't have an
Thank
objection.
you very much.
Yeah.
And Barbara, is this 10-foot alley or 15?
This, I think, is 20.
20 feet
Let
alley?
me just go to the plat here. Oh, it's so hard to read. Yeah, I believe it's 20. Well, I can't even read this one.
All right. Well, you can figure it out and let us know.
Yeah, I think it's, I really can't read this one on this scale. I'll have to call and ask. I think, but the way it shows, it's at least 15, if not 20.
Thank
It's
you.
one of the wider alleys.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anything further from council, I guess, for the, go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Julie Ingram Quinn. My husband and I live at 3820 West Wisconsin Avenue. I believe it's the number 12. We're at the end where the main road would normally be, but it's all grass. And we're right on that corner where the alley is, okay? And my parents, Robert and Juanita Ingram, are the original owners, and they bought it in 1965. I grew up in the home, and my husband and I have been living there for the last 14 years. Our family has always maintained both that road that the city doesn't take care of and the alley behind it. Over the years, there's been countless times that there's been police action, helicopters flying over, they've had dogs coming out because when there's activity going in there, a lot of people know you can go down the road that's not, by our house, through the alley, and then over to Iowa. A lot of times they were heading over to the apartments on the other side. Regularly, that there's been teenagers and adults, they go back behind our house and they do drugs and leave their drug paraphernalia. We have to pick it up because there's children running around the area, and sometimes they walk through there too. What else did I want to say? There's been homeless people also. We regularly have homeless people back there. Sometimes they'll camp out for 1 day, 2 days. Either we go clean it up or they pick up their stuff and move because we've had the police come and say, please move. We would like to have this closed. I realize back a ways they had part of that alley closed, and that was because that at the time, my understanding is that he had a business or something going on that he needed access to his garage. My understanding is he no longer has a business. And so it's just his personal use over the rest of us having to maintain, and as I said, all these years mowing and spending our money taking care of this problem. And it would be so great to have that closed. And even in the past, we've had those people hanging around back there that cause fires. We've had our garage, not our garage, our building shed in the back. Thank you very much. The shed in the back burned down, and we had to build another one. So as I'm trying to convey to you that it is an ongoing problem with having people take advantage of that area in a negative way. So we would really like it if you would grant us to have that whole alleyway closed.
Thank you.
And I hope you have a good day.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Next.
Hello, my name is Brian Perez, and I'm Rena Perez's son. My mom and dad are retired custodians. They've lived here for over 30 years, and they used to live in Wesley Chapel. And my wife and I have 2 kids, and they wanted to move closer to our kids so they could babysit. So they moved to South Tampa, and they purchased 3818 and behind the alley. So they're retired, and they've had to go back there plenty of times to clean up and mow, and they would like it if that portion, that alley, became theirs as well, because they've had to go back there and mow and clean up as well. They haven't been there as long as Richard, but they've owned the property for about a year and a half now. So they've actually gone back there and cleaned up too, so.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Dingfelder.
Sir,
Yes, sir.
Ms. Lynch, could you put up the tighter map, and sir, if you could perhaps identify where your family's property is on that one by number?
Where's the apartment?
So the last lady who was up was property 12.
Richard is right here? Yes. And then we're right here. 'Cause we're right next to Richard. So we're number 10.
So you're 10 or 11? Okay, so you,
Oh, 11, sorry.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and that is your property or your family's?
That's my mom. She's here. I'm speaking on her behalf because she only speaks Spanish.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thank you. Gracias.
No problem.
Anyone else here from the public to comment on item number 63? Okay. Does the applicant wish to have any rebuttal or any additional statements? And ma'am, if you gotta, I'm sorry, you gotta come forward for that. And state your name, please.
Stephanie Pointer, and do I tell them my address again?
You're fine.
7709 Lancaster Lane. I'd just like to have mine, that's all. And I think that Miss Kelsey, I forgot her last name, would like to have, if we're gonna be responsible for cleaning it up, then give it to us. That's what I'm worried about. And I can agree with all of my neighbors. I'm not here to cause a controversy, I'm here to cure a problem. And the filth, I'll be happy to pop my phone over here and show you the filth behind my fence if you'd like. That's my primary goal, is to get it to where we can manage it.
Thank you, ma'am. And Councilman Dingfelder.
Ma'am, so assuming that we do something, and assuming we vacate at a minimum behind your property, it's your intention, from what you testified to, or correct me if I'm wrong, that you will build a fence back to the middle of the line and,
Yes, sir.
and fence it off
Yes, sir.
to the middle of the.
Actually, it's fenced on all four sides behind my property.
Right, but what I'm saying is are you going to take that fence and put it to the middle of the alley?
Yes, sir, I would.
And it sounds.
That way we wouldn't have to go behind the fence.
Right, and it sounds to me like perhaps property 17 on the other side, she'll do the same, or?
Well, she would probably enjoy the furnishment of my fence
your
instead of
fence,
having
that's
to
true.
build her own, because I have a privacy fence. She has a chain link.
Okay.
She's much younger than we are and probably not.
But at the end of the day, it sounds like any use of the alley would be blocked.
It's already blocked, sir.
In terms of blocked with a fence.
Yes, it's blocked on all four sides. Behind my property is
Well, somebody mentioned about
yard.
people running through, all
No,
the way
they-
through.
Well, because they live at the other end, sir. They live at number 12.
So let's say somebody's running away from the cops or something. Right now, can they only go up to how far?
They can go to number, right here on this side.
8 or 9?
They can go to between 8 and 9 because that is a 6-foot-high chain link fence.
Okay, all right. So I just wanted to make sure that we all understood that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything further from council? Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion to close? A second. We have a motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilman Goods, are you comfortable taking item 63, sir?
Yes. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance vacating, closing, discontinuing, and abandoning a certain portion of an alleyway, right-of-way lying south of Wisconsin Avenue, north of Iowa Avenue, east of Church Street, and west of Del Mabry Highway in Interbay, a subdivision in the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida. The same being more fully described in section 1 hereof, subject to certain easement, reservations, conveyance, conditions, and restrictions, more particularly set forth here and providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Goods, a second by, I'm sorry, Councilman Dingfelder, did you?
Well, yeah, comment on the motion.
Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah, and I'd like to offer an amendment to the motion to specifically limit the vacating to behind properties 8 and 17. And I don't know from a legal perspective if that's just going to be would be a different exhibit or a different description or what. But I think my amendment or my motion, you can leave that up, Barbara.
Okay.
My motion would be is pretty clear, and it's based upon the testimony that we heard. Number one, the petitioner only cared specifically about vacating her, the property behind her alley. I mean, this one's unusual. It's unusual because back in 2002, and I'm glad to say I was not on the council, back in 2002, that council vacated part of the alley, and that creates issues, and it's created an issue here. But that's what we're stuck with. Now, the young lady, Ms. Johnson's family, in property number 10, her father has a garage, and he accesses it periodically, and he has an investment, and he likes having the ability to go up and down there periodically and get to his workspace to use that. And I think we should respect that as much as we respect the petitioner's request as well, as much as we respect the folks on the corner, and I don't mean any disrespect to the folks in number 12. But we have to balance all of that, and I think that based upon the testimony, I'd like to offer, I hope, a friendly amendment to the motion to limit the vacating to the property behind 8 and 17 only.
And a friendly
I'm
amendment.
looking for a friendly second.
I'll second that.
And we'll get legal, does that pass legal muster, so to speak?
What does that do to the ordinance on first reading?
Since you're just diminishing what the original request was, it can move to second reading with the new exhibit.
And what's your name again, ma'am?
Julie Hardy, legal department.
And that is with the changes to be made between first and second reading?
Yes.
Okay.
So I think the maker of the motion actually accepted and seconded my friendly amendment.
Okay. And who seconds the unified motion?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Goods with a friendly amendment by Councilman Dingfelder and a second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Any opposed? Yes, sir.
I always believe that trust but verify, especially when I do horse racing. But I don't mind voting today, but I'm gonna go take my time and go look at the alley and take my pictures and do everything I can do. So I know what I'm doing.
That's a good idea.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, second reading and adoption will be on June 27th, 2019 at 9:30.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now we move to item 64, and Councilman Citro, I think, has a statement on this.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Having been part of the Variance Review Board, I have to recuse myself from this, and I will be filing a Form 8B.
Thank you, sir.
Presenting Form 8B.
Okay, now we move
Thank
to
you,
item,
sir.
yes, sir, to item 64. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you.
What is that?
Good morning, Council. Krista Moore, Legal Department. Just been handling a lot of paperwork. I will try to move through it very quickly. This is a somewhat new area, and just for clarity on the record, I reviewed these minutes from this meeting before the Variance Review Board. Councilman Citro was a VRB member on that at that point, so correctly he has recused himself. Mr. Dingfelder, I reviewed it. It did not appear that you were at that hearing, and it does not appear that you voted on this. So you would not need to recuse yourself from this
So
item.
just for clarification,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman, I was an alternate, but I don't think I was there that night,
That's correct.
so therefore there's no reason for me to recuse. Correct?
All right, so I'm going to go very quickly over some of the basics of variances for our new council members, since this is the first one of these you are seeing. This is an appeal from the Variance Review Board. The Variance Review Board reviewed this. They made a decision based on our code criteria for variances, and it is being appealed to you. When these things are appealed to you, they are reviewed de novo. It is a brand new hearing. You don't have to defer to what the VRB did. You can look to what they did for, possible information and guidance, but it is a brand-new hearing in front of you. So the concept behind variances under our code are correct when, or are allowed when there's an unnecessary hardship or a practical difficulty. An unnecessary hardship is defined in the case law, and it is something that is not self-created, that renders, this is an older definition, that renders the land virtually impossible to use it for the manner in which it is zoned. So taking out of that, it's not self-created, it's a characteristic of the property in question, and this is what's very important about variances. It is the property in question that causes the hardship to the person. And this is a little bit outdated, but it renders the property virtually impossible to use the land for the purpose or manner in which it is zoned. This is formed a little bit more now than by the practical difficulty and also some newer cases, but the concept behind these are, everyone in the area generally is permitted to do something, whether it's have a pool or a carport or, a house of a certain size. But there's something unusual about this land that it doesn't allow this person to do what everyone else in their neighborhood is otherwise allowed to do. So the practical difficulty is along this same line. It's when the code, as applied, unreasonably denies the property owner the ability to use the property for permitted use that others in the same zoning district are generally able to do. So again, you're looking for this unique circumstance or condition of the land. So classic examples that you will see of this, you see here there's a triangular lot. Like that creates a very unusual circumstance. When you have these types of unusual shaped lots, there may be situations where lots are platted unusually small for their district. There's something strange going on about this lot or a structure on the property. Sometimes you will see variances as a result of a grand tree. So there's something unusual about this lot that's preventing this person from doing what anyone else would otherwise be allowed to do. And just drawing on this same sort of concept, here's an actual case. A lot was very small for its zoning district, and it was not developable in the manner in which most people would want to develop the lot. And the person sought a variance, but what the court said is that all of the lots in this subdivision are the same size. The fact that these lots are too small and that you need a reduction in setbacks in order to build the house you want to build, that is a problem that's common to all of the lots in this area, and that is not the subject of a variance. In those types of situations, and this is where it becomes very important for all of you, when you see these review hearings, if you're seeing review hearings on a lot of the same things, and I know one that's come up not in the recent past, and Councilman Dingfelder noted, was front porches. A lot of people were seeking variances in order to have front porches. Those are not really the subject of a variance. Those are things that are appropriate for City Council to address through legislative action amending the zoning code. So it's important to look at there being something unique about this property. If it's something that you feel that should be allowed, it's more appropriate done through the legislative process and not through variances. So rules from the case law. The hardship cannot be self-created. For example, one that comes up sometimes is people will build something and they'll say, it'd be very expensive for me to take down the structure that I built illegally. That's self-created. That is not an appropriate hardship. And building off of that same concept, it can't be a mere economic disadvantage. That would not create a hardship. And the hardship cannot be personal. We recently amended our code, I think it was last year, to add reasonable accommodations because a lot of times you have people that have a unique circumstance. They need a wheelchair ramp and they don't have sufficient distance for it, or they have asthma and they need an enclosed structure to recreate. And so we've amended our code to allow personal things to be done on the property, but when that person leaves the property, it has to be removed. Those reasonable accommodations are personal. Variances, on the other hand, run with the land. And that's why when you're reviewing these for these particular purposes, you should be looking at only what's unusual about the land, that this is something that should be approved for all time, not just for this particular person. All right, That's a very short version of variances. I could talk all day about it, but I won't. So going over a couple of items of how we're postured on this particular variance. So this variance was reviewed by the Variance Review Board, as I mentioned. The board denied their request for a setback reduction, and the basis of that is that they found it was a self-created hardship. This is in your packet for your reference and use, as well as these minutes from the meeting, where you can see the discussion that took place by the Variance Review Board. Again, you are not bound by this. It is just there for your information and your consideration. You also have, in that packet I provided you, a little outline of how these review hearings typically work. That's just there, again, for your reference to assist you as you go through this hearing. And on the back here, this is section 2780. These are the variance criteria. When you grant variances, these are the criteria that you would be looking for to determine if the variance is consistent with them, or if the variance is not consistent with them. You don't have to find that each of these criteria are met. You do have to review them all, but maybe one of them speaks more to this particular variance than another one. That is fine. And then just for your general edification, there is a time limit of 2 years on all of our variances. If people don't utilize the variance within 2 years, it goes away. So that is just there for your general information. These are the possible motions that you could make today. You could affirm the board's decision, which was a denial. You could overturn the board decision and approve the variance. Or if you find that there is something further that needs to be added to it, you can also remand to the board. So those are your available conditions there for your use. That is all I have. Unless you have any questions for me, I will turn it over to Eric Cotton to tell you about the facts of this particular case.
Any questions from council? Councilman Booth?
Clarify self-created hardship again.
Certainly. A self-created hardship would be the one where it gets really tricky is if someone subdivides the lot themselves. That becomes a real question of whether or not it's self-created. But generally you're looking at, is there something unusual about this lot or a building on the lot that is creating the problem? Situations where it might be self-created is if they have built something without the correct approvals, then that's a problem. If they have boxed themselves into a corner, in other words, if they've developed the entire lot and now they want one more thing, overbuilding a lot is a self-created hardship. So you're looking at whether or not they have done something that has caused this problem that they're facing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Good morning, Council. Eric Cotland, Planning, Design, Development Coordination. I'm here on behalf of Tawanda Anthony. She had a death in the family, which is why Tawanda's not here this morning. This is VRB 1926 for a property at 177 Cypress Avenue on Davis Islands. The applicants were R. Paul and Kathleen Caldarelli, and they were represented at the hearing by Anthony Severino. The board originally heard this case in February. The board moved 3-2 to deny the request. The case was then continued due to insufficient vote, or the board, because there were only 5 board members versus the need of 7. They then came back on March 12th. They amended their request for relief. Instead of the original request was from 5 feet to 1 foot. They then requested it to go from 5 feet to 3.4 feet in the rear yard. Per section 27-290.5, the required setback for a pool cage is 5 feet. They also agreed to a condition that they would not increase the height of the pool cage by more than, the height limitation would be 15 feet. Let's go over some illustrations. This is the property in question, R75 at the corner of Blanca Avenue and Cypress Avenue. Specifically, this is the site plan that was in question. The house and the pool were both built together in 2018. The property was purchased by the property owner in 2017. So the pool and the house were all built at the same time frame. This is a front view of the structure. This is the corner view from Blanca. And in the packet in the file I found some photos which I believe were submitted, at the hearing. This is a picture of the pool. And this is a picture of their skimmer basket. And let's see, what else is in here? Another picture of their skimmer basket. And this is a picture, I believe this is facing from their property. I believe the picture of the trees would be facing to the north, to the property directly behind them. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to try to answer them regarding the code.
Any questions from council? Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr. Cott. It appeared, without getting too scientific or anything, in the skimmer pictures, it appeared those appeared to be oak leaves or something a little smaller than the magnolia. Is that what you're seeing?
Yes, I don't think there is. I mean, I'm not an arborist, but
that. Well, I guess
that's the picture. I mean,
maybe a mixture of the magnolia on the right there, the larger one, and then perhaps some smaller leaves. So, I guess what I'm curious about is in the original hearing, did the subject come up about pruning back the trees that might be causing this?
There is a letter of objection in the packet, which I believe was in the hand I just gave to council, from the adjacent property owner. It says that their trees, a magnolia and a grand oak, were trimmed back, that were overhanging on their property, and then they continue to say that they went past the property line another 5 feet to trim back the existing trees.
Okay, so the subject did come up.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Anything else from council? Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Applicant.
Good morning, Council. Anthony Severino of Bajo, Cuba, Cohen, and Turkel on behalf of the applicants, Paul and Kathleen Caldarelli. I do have the 2 DVDs from the previous hearings.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and I'll submit those to the record.
I'd like to clarify a couple things from Mr. Cotton's presentation first. The intent was always to go from 5 feet to 4 feet in one section, and then 5 feet to 3.4 feet. It was read wrong when they did the application, and we have actually amended it at that hearing, the first one, to correct it. So we never intended to go 5 to 1. It was always 5 to 4 and 5 to 3.4. The other thing, the objection letter, I do want to address that real briefly as far as pruning the trees back and trimming them. My client did have a tree company come in, trim those trees. Despite what the letter said, it was actually with the neighbor's approval because they had to go onto their property to take the bucket trucks to trim the trees. So they knocked on their door, asked if we could go back there and cut them, and they said yes. So those have been trimmed. Brian Knox from Natural Resources has advised us that those cannot be trimmed any further or in the future because they're grand oaks and magnolias. And so just some brief history, how we got here. The first hearing was February 12th. We submitted evidence in support of the variance. The neighbor to the north, Mr. Reinman, objected primarily based on the argument that it would reduce the value of his property. There was no evidence submitted to that. We actually submitted evidence to the contrary, that it would increase the value or at a minimum at least maintain the value of the property. The board held a discussion, and ultimately they focused on the self-created hardship aspect of this issue. And again, the board was split, so we came back again, submitted additional evidence. This time, Mr. Ryman hired Mr. Grandoff to argue on their behalf, and for all intents and purposes, Mr. Grandoff abandoned the reduction in property value argument and really focused on the self-created harm. And that was all based on essentially the date that my clients purchased the property. And I want to kind of go through what really happened there, when they purchased it, what was already in place when they purchased it, and their involvement with that. The builder, TB Homes, purchased it as a spec home in November 2015. The home then went on the market in about June of 2016, at which time, when it went on the market, the house plans, the home footprint, and the pool footprint were already permitted and in place. My clients then purchased the property in April 2017. They did not design the footprint of the home or the pool, and it was already in place. If you look at the minutes from the last hearing where it was denied, the primary reason for the denial was that the applicant built the home and pool in their current locations with the knowledge of the existing trees. Thus, any hardship was the result of the trees was self-created. That's not true. They didn't build the home there. The builder built it. They purchased it with the stuff, with the pool and the house already in place. And to get an idea of where these trees are, Mr. Cotton showed this boundary survey, which we actually had done prior to the second hearing. You can see the 3 trees in question. This is number 1, which is entirely on the neighbor's property to the north. This second one is entirely on the neighbor's property to the north, and then this third tree is shared between my client and the neighbor to the north. And just to get an idea of the uniqueness of this problem as it pertains to my client, this is a Google Earth image that I actually printed yesterday. And you can see, the first thing you can see is all of the open air pools and the lack of foliage around all of those. If you look closely, this is my client's property. Okay, these are the trees that are in question and that are causing, quite frankly, just an untenable day-to-day maintenance issue. You saw the pictures of the pool scuppers, you saw the pictures of the pool. There's over 40 pictures in the record where we took pictures every single day for a month to show what happened every day, even though we cleaned it every day, had a pool company come once a week. So you can see here, this is just a little bit of the pool that you can see. The rest of it is covered by these trees. Now, they have been trimmed back some, but it didn't alleviate the problem. And all of that is in the record. I think it's fair to say that it's undisputed, one, that the trees that are causing this issue are on the neighbor's property, with the exception of one, which is shared between my client and the neighbor. And 2, these trees are continually, on a daily basis, dropping leaves and debris into the pool. That just makes it a nightmare to clean up to use the pool. And that's really the genesis for requesting this variance to put the pool screen in. And they actually, a little history, they previously lived on Davis Island. They had a pool, they had a screen, so this wasn't an issue for them. Before that, they lived in Atlanta and London and didn't have a pool, so it wasn't something they expected. If you could see, the idea here on Davis Island is most everyone wants an open air pool. That's the way you'd like to have it. Unfortunately, they just can't do that with these trees. And so we get to the question of, in my opinion, why is the neighbor objecting to this? There's no real impact. The practical reality is we're asking to move 12 inches in one portion and 18 inches in another portion to put a pool screen up. Okay, we're not going all the way back to the setback to the property line. We're just having enough room to put the pool screen in so that their children, they have 2 young children, if there's an emergency, they've got a foot, they've got 18 inches, they can climb up on the side. Or if they have friends over, same thing. It's not to be able to walk back there and do things. It's just a little extra room for a safety precaution. The code for pools is 5 feet setback from the property line. And the problem seems to be it's the same thing for screen enclosures. So they buy the pool from the builder, it's up to code, then they find out there's a problem, they want to put a screen in, and then they basically are left with inches to do that, if they even have that. So that's why we're requesting the 18 inches and 12 inches. Like I said, we've tried to mitigate this issue, trimming the trees. We tried the creepy crawler. The leaves basically burnt it up because they were so big, getting so many in there. They clean it daily. They have a pool company come. This is really the only reasonable alternative we have left. And so I would ask that the council really kind of perform a balancing test here of balancing the hardship, which is really unrefuted here, versus the impact on the neighbor, which there is no real or practical impact. Whether it's 5 feet or 4 feet, it's going to be the exact same thing as it pertains to the neighbor. And finally, which I think is very important in this case, is the variance that we have requested is consistent with previous variance requests and approvals by the Variance Review Board. And everything that I've addressed today is in the record, and I want to address a couple previous Variance Review Board decisions that I've also put in the record that are nearly identical to the request that was made in VRB 19-26 and were approved. VRB 08-101, the applicant requested to reduce the rear yard setback from 5 feet to 0 feet and to reduce the east side yard setback from 5 to 0 feet to allow for a pool screening. The applicant argued that the existing tree canopy is causing the partial hardship. The variance was approved 6-1.
Where was it?
The address is 2904 Westlake Avenue, and I've got some additional ones that I'll go through that are actually on Davis Island. The next one is VRB 11-06, reduce the rear and side yard setbacks from 5 feet to 1 foot to construct a pool enclosure. Applicant addressed the board and showed the 4 trees on the site. Trees were small, but as time went by, the leaves became a problem. Variance was approved unanimously 7-0. VRB 11-23, reduced the side and rear yard setbacks from 5 to 2 feet. Applicant showed pictures of oak trees that are on adjacent properties which drop leaves into the pool. He also showed pictures of the pool and rear yard. The motion carried unanimously, approving the variance. VRB 12-19, this is Bayshore Beautiful to construct a pool and screen enclosure. This one is relevant because it was established at the hearing that the pool contractor picked the location of the pool, which is consistent with what happened in this case. My clients did not pick the location of the pool, and it was carried unanimously 6-0. VRB 14-9, this is on Davis Island, reduced side yard from 5 feet to 2 feet and the rear yard from 5 foot to 1 foot for the construction of a screen enclosure. Again, the motion passed 5-1, approving the variance. The next one, VRB 16-32, again, Davis Island, reduced the side yard from 5 feet to 3 feet and the rear yard from 5 feet to 4 feet for a pool screen enclosure, almost identical to what we're requesting in this case. The motion was approved unanimously, 7-0. And then VRB 17-58, reduced the required setback for a screen enclosure from 5 foot to 1 foot to install a pool cage. Again, motion passed unanimously. And lastly, this is VRB 05-78. This is to reduce the side yard setback from 5 feet to 2 feet to keep an existing pool cage. In this case, the applicant had put up the pool cage without the permits or without the variance, and the board approved the variance to keep the existing pool cage. And we're asking for less of a setback variance, and we're doing it the right way. And this applicant did it without requesting the variance, and the board allowed the pool screen to stand. So we would respectfully request that the council overturn the VRB, Variance Review Board's decision denying the variance, approve it, and allow us to construct the pool screen at 4 feet and 3.4 feet.
Questions?
Councilman Goods.
Got a bunch of questions. I'm just looking at the base of this tree and how this house was constructed. And I'm looking at the limbs of this tree. How many feet away from that house is this tree, these limbs are?
All right. Are you asking about the trunk of the tree or the limbs?
The limb of the tree, going across where that roof of that house is.
Yeah, where that is, in this picture right here, they're almost touching it. They've been trimmed back to they were trimmed back to the fence. I think it's best if I show you. This is kind of a better depiction.
And the reason I say for my concern, a safety issue when the builder constructed this house, I mean, that's a huge limb there. I mean, we get a good storm, we live in Florida. I mean, it's a bunch of concerns when, I mean, I would say permitting went on with this tree. Okay, how much you set back, you're gonna have a problem with debris going in over a yard, especially a pool area. I'm just not understanding this. It's really, really difficult here. I know a lot of tree advocates out there. Do we know how old that tree is? Is the tree dying?
No, it's in good shape, and like I said, I've spoken to Brian Knox at Natural Resources, who there's nothing we can do with that tree. He said, don't touch it again, don't trim it back. It needs to stay how it is.
All right, thank you. Let me ask one more question. You're not wearing your glasses. Are you Joe Severino's son?
I am.
Little Anthony Severino.
That's me. And by the way, this is my first time here too, so I'm glad she gave that primer. So
Congratulations, man. I mean, you're going to school to be a lawyer. Congratulations, man.
I appreciate that.
Councilman Dingfelder, did you?
We're going to assume that that's not going to prejudice your
No,
vote one way or the other.
No, we're not going to assume it. We're going to ask.
Okay, good.
Just for the purpose of the record, does whatever your little dialogue that you've had, that
No,
being
it wouldn't,
said-
Mr. Shelby.
Yeah, okay, so you can be fair and impartial.
I just happened to look at him and see a face because I coach so many kids, and I saw his face, and I knew he used to wear glasses, and I said, that looks like Joe's son.
So you'll base your decision solely on the evidence at the hearing?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
It happens to all of us, Mr. Goods, sometime or another. That's the benefit of living in a relatively small town. Mr. Severino, you did a great job researching the pool approvals. Did you, having served on the VRB a couple of different times for many years, and Mr. Citro as well, who had to recuse himself, you're familiar with the fact that the VRB on occasion denies cage enclosures, is that correct?
Yes, and I would say that I've looked at all of them that are available online. I put them all on the record at the last hearing, and based on my count, there's been 38 requests for screen enclosures, 35 have been approved.
And over how many years?
The last, I think the VRB minutes go back to 2009, maybe?
Okay.
Maybe a little further, maybe 6, 7, I think you
Okay,
may know.
all
how
right,
far
so
they go back.
you're familiar with, some of them are denied, and we're always advised, sitting as the VRB, to take these on a case-by-case basis.
Absolutely.
And that's, based upon the evidence in front of us, and that's what we're having to do today. That's all I have for right this second, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, Council?
No, I just want, sir, excuse me, the first one you mentioned that was approved, you said Lake Avenue?
Yes.
Do you know what part of town is that? Because I only know of one Lake Avenue.
No, I do not know what part of town it is.
L-A-K-E? I want to make sure I got the spelling right.
Yeah, 2904 West Lake Avenue.
2904.
04.
2904.
Yes. I have the petition.
Yeah,
there.
that's in the corner of two houses in from,
It's in the stadium area.
yeah, that's a new. I
Oh,
know which-
one other thing, Mr. Chairman. In regards to Mr. Good's comment, and the picture he was holding up was this one here, which is a beautiful live oak. They're all over town. We've had testimony in many boards, including this one, that, they might be 50 to 100 years old now, maybe even older, and that they can live 200 or 300 years. We've had that kind of testimony. And on a personal note, I've got one that's hanging over my house, that's been there long before my house was built, and probably be there long before I'm gone and the house is gone. So these things they're the live oaks, not the laurel oaks. The live oaks are very substantial and often very healthy and happy trees that are there a long time. Anyway, yeah, we'll talk about the difference. Yeah.
Anything further, sir?
No, not right now.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And Mr. Shelby, procedurally, with these hearings, we next go to public comment, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. Next, if anyone here from the public would like to comment on this item number 64, please come forward.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the City Council, and Council Shelby. My name is John Grandoff. My address is Suite 3700 Bank of America Plaza, and I have the pleasure of representing Mr. Joe Reineman this morning, and I'm joined by Joe's daughter, Debbie King, and Joe's son-in-law, Guy King. If y'all would raise your hands, please. They're seated behind me. Rule is 5 feet is the setback. And that setback can only be impacted if you meet the criteria stated in the code. The tree has nothing to do with this case. The previous approvals that Mr. Severino recited to you, albeit not telling you exactly where they are, have nothing to do with this hearing. There's established principles of law that says you cannot point down the street and say you gave it to him, so give it to me, and vice versa. You denied it to him, deny this one. You cannot look at other cases of approval to ground your decision this morning, and I ask that you strike all of those from your consideration this morning. Mr. Severino's clients purchased this property from a builder who received a building permit from the city on April 4th, 2016, which showed the pool going in. Okay? This site plan was prepared by a licensed architect. It was built by a licensed general contractor. The architect, in fact, forgot to put the location of the corner yard just for purposes of consideration. Mr. Severino's clients entered in a contract to purchase that. At the time they enter in the contract, they're on notice of what the code says. They could have taken these plans, looked at the architect and says, you know, we might want to put a screen in. Can we do that? The architect would have says, you cannot do that unless you get a variance. And they could have postponed the closing or discounted the purchase price. We're not here this morning to fix an oversight by the purchaser or an oversight by the contractor or the architect. The certificate of occupancy is issued. It says the construction work has been substantially completed in accordance with the applicable state and federal codes. And the statement of hardship, it's all conclusory. I urge you to read that. It provides no criteria. May I sum up in a moment?
Sure, and let's motion to give.
Motion to give them 2 extra minutes.
I appreciate it. I've got to cover a lot of material here.
Yes, sir. We have a motion by Councilman, and that would be 2 extra minutes, so that would be 2.5 minutes, I believe.
Okay.
So we have a motion by Councilman Dingfelder, a second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor? Any opposed? Go ahead, sir.
The 5 hardship criteria, they must be met by competent substantial evidence. The code recites that to you. And as for the tree has been trimmed back. Going to Mr. Good's question, you can see the tree has been trimmed back significantly. And the leaves are falling into the pool. This is all about oak leaves falling into a pool. And folks that buy a property coming from London and elsewhere and not used to leaves falling in their pool. So after the fact, after they buy the property, after they had an opportunity to ask an architect or a general contractor to tell them what the code says about pool screens, they leap forward, they take the risk, and now they're asking you to fix the problem. That is not the purpose of a variance review board. A variance review board reviews things prospectively, not retrospectively. And you're not here to cure that issue. The variance review board voted 6-0 to deny this variance. It did not meet the substantial hardship criteria. It was a self-created hardship. Well, what are you to do this morning? It's very simple. What do we all do now? We go on the internet. And the internet has aquamatic.com. And you can purchase the Hydromatic, the Lift Lid, the Hydrolux, the Easy Cover. These are top-selling automatic pool covers. Ideal for any pool application. Advanced ground pool system. Do-it-yourself homeowner. You have the dealer locator tab right here. And this came up at the hearing, and we explained it at the hearing. You simply hire someone to install an electric cover that comes over and covers the pool in plastic. It shields the leaves. When you're ready to go into the pool, you draw it back, you enjoy the pool, you finish with the pool, you bring it back over in the fall, and the leaves are collected. That's the solution. The solution is not a grant of variance to impact this gentleman's property rights. This is his backyard. This is his paradise on Davis Islands. I submit to you that there is absolutely no hardship demonstrated. This is an after-the-fact attempt to cure an oversight, and it is self-created. I respectfully request that you affirm the denial by the Variance Review Board. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr. Randolph. any chance that you have any photographs that show the perspective of this? I assume there's a 6-foot wall from your client's perspective. So in other words, if it's all about the screen and they don't want the screen because the screen's going to impose on various aspects of their property and their property rights, do we have any photographs that show what that is?
We can get close. Let me orient you on the site plan first.
Please.
Okay. Here's the property. Here's the property. Here's the pool. Mr. Reineman lives here.
Mm-hmm.
The corner on Blanca is here. And I'm going to show you a perspective looking east on the corner along that property line. I do not have a picture from Mr. Reineman's home looking south, but here.
And before you do, also on this map, where is the the subject oak tree that probably
the oak
drops?
tree's that black dot right there.
Is that, and that's the one that's dropping?
Would you like to have this?
No. I can.
Yeah.
We can see well from there.
That's the oak tree. It's just about on the corner. And then I took this photograph, okay, and here's the surveyor's corner, and here's the oak tree. Now I'm looking east. Here's the property. You can see the tree has been trimmed significantly. See the open sky.
Pull it down
here,
if you want us to see.
Yeah. And here, Joe's property is right here, his backyard.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And then and there's an even better. Now here's the flag of the corner. Here's the tree, and I'm looking northeast from Blanca Avenue towards Joe's property.
So does this show any part of where the screen enclosure would be?
Well, the screen would be, here's the fence. So if the fence is on the property line, the screen enclosure is going to be 3.4 feet off that property line.
And did the petition speak to the height of the screen?
They've not asked for a variance on, the height will be 15 feet. That's the rule. There's no requested variance on the height.
So the fence height is 6.
The fence is 6.
So we got 15, a couple of feet off the property line.
That's right.
Okay.
The screen. So just call Aquamatic and take care of it.
Anything further from council? Yes, sir.
Mr. Grandoff, could you put that picture back up again, please? To the other one.
Okay.
To the right of the tree, there's something that looks like a small tree. Which property is that on?
I think that's a branch coming off
okay,
the oak tree.
Sorry.
Would you like to?
No, I see it now. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a branch. That's a sucker branch coming off the oak.
Councilman Goods.
And that fence right there is at the 5-foot mark?
No, that fence is on the property line.
Right on the property line?
Yeah. Yeah, let me show you that. What's interesting is the building permit, and it shows the pool's going in. There's the fence. I mean, in retrospect, the contractor should have said, the owner might want a pool. We ought to talk about pushing that fence, that pool deck back and install the pool at 5 feet. No problem. He didn't do it.
Anyone further? Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Anyone here for public comment additionally on this item? Okay, a rebuttal?
Just a
Yeah,
couple.
and if I may, sir, we're getting upon 12 o'clock. How about just 15?
30 minutes.
30?
30 because you got other items.
Yeah, let's do 30 minutes for now. Is everyone okay to go to 12:30? Okay. We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Goods. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, go ahead, sir. Sorry.
I think Mr. Grandoff, at the end of his presentation, made my argument for me when he said the contractor should have done it. Okay, to be self-created, the applicant is the one who needed to have created this problem. He's right. The contractor put the house in, he put the pool in. It doesn't matter if we purchased it a year after that, if we were coming in 20 years later. It's not self-created if we didn't put the pool in. Where you see this is when a homeowner or someone purchases a lot, knocks down the house, is involved in designing the house, designing the pool, and then they put the pool in, then they come back and ask for a pool screen because they want a setback, and they were involved in the entire process. That's not the case here. And I want to show to Mr. Dingfelder's point, here's actually a picture which is in the record. This is from Mr. Reinman's backyard. So this is what he is looking at. I don't know currently, I know Mr. Grandoff provided this picture at the last hearing, so I don't know when this was taken, but this is looking south to my client's property, which, as you can see, he does have a view, but it's of my client's second-story window on the top of his house. So the pool screen would go obviously in front of these trees right here, these palm trees. So this fence is 6 foot. These trees probably go up another 3 feet. And then you've got the 15-foot pool screen, which is going to go in about right here, is where it would attach to the house. As far as Aquamatic.com, I've lived in Florida 34 years. In Tampa, I've never seen a residential house with a pool cover like that. It doesn't necessarily alleviate the problem either. There's still leaves that fall on top of that. You've still got to deal with that issue. So it doesn't keep the debris out of the pool and out of the deck area. So I would submit to the council that we have tried all reasonable mitigation efforts. And I want to stress that whether the pool screen is at 5 feet, okay, from the setback, or 4 feet, does not impact Mr. Reinman. It doesn't impact his view. His view would be the exact same if we were able to put it at 5 feet. Okay, so he's going to have the exact same view whether it was within code or whether we needed a variance. And aesthetically, he may not want it, but as much as he's entitled to his property rights, so are my client. They're asking for a minimal variance, and although this is done on a case-by-case basis, I do believe that those previous decisions at least provide some guidance, just as you're able to look back to the decision in this case for guidance and not rely on it, but you can look at it. The same thing would apply to various decisions. Otherwise, we're going to be enforcing this standard differently to similarly situated applicants. So again, we request that you overturn the VRB's denial and grant approval of the variance to construct the pool screen at a 4-foot setback and 3.4 feet setback. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anything further? Councilman Dingfelder.
Unless somebody else. Okay. So a couple of things. Number one, the palms. Can you put that picture back
Yes.
up? Well, the palms do create a nice buffer right now. Do you know how far the palms are off of the property line or the wall?
Yeah, they're about, I was actually over there about 2 weeks ago. They're probably about 2 feet. Actually, I have another picture. If you'll let me get it out, you can actually see.
Because
exactly how far.
my guess is they're going to be in the way of the screen either during construction or subsequently. And can you assure anybody that they're not going to be removed?
I can assure you that either A, they will not be removed, or if they are removed, we've offered to put up different trees that block the view. I offered that at the second hearing afterwards, that we would do whatever was necessary to keep some sort of foliage there to protect that.
And it appears that the top of the, just looking at it, the top of those right now is probably about, maybe at the most, twice the height of the fence, a little less. So it's still not, the 15 feet is still going to be above that current buffer.
Yeah, it's still going to be slightly above that.
Okay.
Here's a picture just so you can kind of get an idea where those are. You can see that they're right here. This is the 5-foot water's edge to the property line going this way. The deck is only about 18 inches right here, and all we're requesting is to put the screen right here, going along here, and then you've got the palm trees and then the fence, the 6-foot fence.
The other issue is related to this notion of self-created. If anybody goes to buy a house, especially a big, nice, expensive house like this, they can see the pool, they can see the trees, they can see the condition. The leaves. To me, anybody with any common sense is going to see the leaves, et cetera. Is there any testimony? You're not offering testimony because that's not your role. Has there been any testimony that they bought this sight unseen and were totally unaware of the condition?
There's not testimony that they bought it sight unseen. What I would submit to the council is that the intent when they purchased this home, albeit you can see the trees when you're there, was to have an open-air pool. And the reason why I think this is a good picture, which I showed earlier, you could see the house next door. It's almost the identical house. They actually have foliage here too, but it's trimmed back more, and they have almost the exact same pool. And that was the intent when they moved in. It became a problem, probably a year later. They trimmed the trees, they tried everything, and now there's really nothing left for them to do. But no, they did not buy it sight unseen.
Okay. I mean, I have a little bit of problem with this. Well, the builder did it a year before we bought it, and therefore we're not responsible, for that. I think that the knowledge is either actual or imputed to the subsequent purchaser who's purchased it, as you say, having seen it. Sometimes people purchase property sight unseen, and that could be an argument or a defense. But in this case, it weakens up a little bit. I don't know. The pool cover seems like perhaps, especially in such an expensive scenario, seems like might be a reasonable solution. But we'll keep talking. Thank you.
Anything further? Councilman Goods.
I guess I'll wait for legal to come back up. I'm listening to both attorneys argue about the self-created portion, and I'm just still not there yet. I hear one point, we bought a home, now we got this problem that we didn't create, and I have the other side saying, well, you bought a home, you should know better. We do a lot of things, but in the end result, we don't know it's going to create a problem. I'm just trying to get a definitive point on self-created. What's your opinion on it? I've got to get some type of guide on it. That's what I'm having problems with right now.
Kristen Moore, Legal Department. What courts have said about self-created hardships is that the passage of ownership is not necessarily the question. So to tell you how that's relevant, if I buy a triangular shaped lot, the hardship that would have existed on that previous property owner is the same for me. So it doesn't matter that it's changed hands, but here it's not something unique about just the lot. It is something unique about the structures that were built on that lot. And building structures on a lot can become a self-created hardship. This is a little bit different case than what the courts have grappled with, but I will tell you that courts have imputed from one property owner to the next whether or not the hardship is self-created or one that is purely from the land. So I don't know if that helps inform your decision.
Gets me close.
It is
very difficult right now.
It is a difficult question.
Right now.
And it's a factual one, yes.
Anything further from council? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a request. Before council does take action, just a quick motion to receive and file what's been put into the record thus far.
So moved.
Thank you.
We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Dingfelder. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, do we have a motion to close?
Move to close the hearing.
Anyone second? Second. We have a motion to close by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Dingfelder. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? What is the pleasure of council? Councilman Maniscalco.
I'd like to make a motion to affirm the board decision of the VRB and uphold the denial. I don't see the hardship. I think it's a self-created, self-imposed hardship. Whoever the builder, whatever it is, there is a lot size. A home was built on that lot to almost maximum standards, and now you have the issue with the swimming pool. Could have been a smaller pool, could have been a different scenario. They chose to maximize, the building area and therefore creating this. So that would be my decision to uphold the denial.
Any discussion on the motion or a second? Councilman Dingfelder.
I'll second the motion and just add on, perhaps pile on it, some might say, but just add on to Mr. Maniscalco's comment that, if the original builder was here with the same request, which is perhaps a way to look at it, how would I feel about it? And I think in that case, I feel very strongly that it was self-created. So then the question is, okay, now it's the subsequent owner. Again, if it was a hidden condition, I might feel a little more generous or what have you, or sympathetic is probably a better word, to the predicament that they're in. But it's not. This is a blatant, open, obvious condition as per their testimony. That's what they said. They said there's oak leaves here day after day after day. Well, guess what? When you go to a house like this and you walk around it and you come back another day and you walk around it and you decide to buy it, you're going to see those same oak leaves. And actually the condition got better because then they trimmed that tree back, and it's and it's still a condition. I think Mr. Randolph and his clients offered a reasonable alternative with various covers that might be available to help the situation, and I support the motion. I support the variance board because I can tell you they put a lot of time and effort into these cases, and I want to have a discussion with Ms. Mora at some point in terms of why we're doing this de novo as opposed to as an appellate issue, which is a different discussion for a different day. But anyway, I support the motion. Thank you.
Anything further from council before we vote? Okay, we have a vote, or strike that, we have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Dingfelder. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion carried with Cedro abstaining.
Okay, now we move to items 65 and 66, where it appears that for 66 there is correspondence requesting that the petition for review be withdrawn. And may I have a motion to withdraw?
Move to withdraw.
Any second? We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now we move to item 66.
Move to reschedule to August 22nd at 2019 at 10:30 a.m.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco. We have a second by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Next we move to items pulled from consent, which I believe were 40 and 43. And guys, gentlemen, we have obviously a time crunch. What is everybody's?
I would like to really do 66 and 68, 67, 68. And the reason is that you're talking about grant monies and so forth and so on, and one way or the other, we got to resolve this. That's my opinion.
I agree. So would y'all like to maybe do 60, the items that were pulled, 67, 68, and then break? I can go straight on through to 2:30, but.
So can I.
You can? Okay. Is everybody okay to continue onward to?
Plow forward.
Let's do it. Okay, good.
I moved to 1 o'clock, Mr. Chairman, just
And
in
then
case we
we'll-
pass 12:30.
Yes, sir.
All right, second.
Okay, motion by Councilman Miranda, a second by Councilman Maniscalco. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Ms. Duncan.
Good morning. I'm here, excuse me, I think it's item 67.
And first, if I may, we're
Pardon me.
doing the pulled items. 40
Okay.
and 43, I
So
believe they were.
items, we'll start with item 40.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Gene Duncan, Transportation and Stormwater Services Department. Just give you just a moment to see which one is 40. This is the item regarding the Hyde Park Village Development Agreement. Is that correct?
Do you want to hear my question?
Certainly,
Ms.
yes, that would
Duncan?
help.
Because we did try and reach each other yesterday, but we weren't able to hook up, and I apologize, council. But so on item 40, we have a sidewalk fund. In this case, it's the Interbay Sidewalk Fund and the Interbay District Sidewalk Impact Fee Construction Fund, which basically is money that's collected from new construction, often single-family construction in the Interbay South Tampa Peninsula, correct me if I'm wrong, and then collected, and then we use it for other sidewalk projects that are also in the Interbay region.
Yes.
Okay. I'm good with that. I think I might have been around when we passed that to start with. However, what jumped out at me here is we collect these funds on single-family homes, often single-family homes, sometimes not, in neighborhoods. Okay, so for example, down on South Lawn or Anywhere would be an example. In this case, it happens to be South Tampa, but I would say the same thing is relevant in any of the districts. So we collect it on a case-by-case basis in the neighborhoods, but in this case, we take $50,000 of that and we pull it and help out the Hyde Park, the new fancy Hyde Park development. And that's the part that gives me a little, as my grandmother would say, a little agita. And correct me if I'm wrong on any of that, and I know it's perhaps more of a policy decision, and I'm not really trying to stop this here because we do have an agreement with the Hyde Park folks to do this, and I'm not one to break an agreement, but I do want to raise this as a future issue in terms of where and how we spend this money.
Yes, sir. So the Interbay Impact Fee District, I'd be glad to share that map with you that shows the boundaries of that. It could be a little bit misleading. This area is within that boundary, so we're legitimately spending the monies within the area.
No doubt about
so
it.
that's checkbox number one.
No doubt about it.
The second aspect of this is with the Hyde Park development that came in, we saw an opportunity to infuse some money into the developer's project where we could bring a number of sidewalks in that area up to current ADA code. They were too narrow, they were sloped too steeply, and by adding in our monies to their project, we were able to get this work done much more efficiently and less costly because we could jump onto their contract that they already had in place and do this work on behalf of the city. So this was not something the developer would have done on his own anyway, and we were somehow paying him for whatever reason. This was work that we would want to have seen done on our own.
Is this in front of their shops, in front of their stores, in front of their commercial?
In some cases, yes.
Well, where wouldn't it be? Was it surrounding?
But
is it not the surrounding neighborhoods, is it?
I'd have to get a map to show you exactly where the sidewalks are. But the sidewalks that were there in the public right-of-way were not in compliance with ADA standards. So that was not on the developer to address that problem. That's on the city to do that. And so this is a mechanism to correct that problem in a very efficient way in terms of putting our money with theirs and getting it done together.
Did we ask the developer if they would do that before we offered this?
Yes, we negotiated with the developer on this, and they actually added some embellishments to these sidewalks, which is on their dime, and they've paid those extra.
No. My question, Gene, not to be argumentative, and it's my last question. Did we specifically ask the developer to say, hey, you're gutting this whole streetscape? And they did. You're gutting this whole thing on their private property. You know, they wanted many, many changes. As a matter of fact, we gave them additional spaces, angled spaces, in our right-of-way to help their parking situation, which is great. The whole thing looks great. But did we ask them if they could just, throw in an extra $50,000 of their own to do these changes as compared to, the community? And my whole concern is we've got neighborhoods who clamor for sidewalks, and you get the calls more than I do. They clamor for sidewalks in their neighborhood, in front of their homes. And here we are spending this money in Hyde Park Village, or I think some of that also happened, Charlie, help me out, in the new park along the river.
Don't ask me about sidewalk, because I'll talk to you for 9 months.
Okay. Anyway, you get my...
Sidewalks that go nowhere.
So I guess my point is did we ask the developer and they specifically said, oh no, that's on you?
I didn't personally negotiate the agreements, so I don't know if the question was asked, if they would be benevolent and provide that to the city. I can't really say yes or no on that. I can say that this is a legitimate expenditure of money in terms of the use of it and the location of where we're spending it, and we felt like we got a good deal, so to speak, because if we did this on our own, we'd have to go through a construction drawings, bid those out, mobilize, contractor overhead. We got a lot more coverage for less dollars because we were working with them to get the work done. So as far as how that was discussed, I couldn't say personally because I wasn't involved, but I think the city acted in good faith, those that negotiated the contract.
I don't doubt any of that. I know you well, and you're honorable and you always do the right thing pursuant to our codes. My question is our code right in this regard? But that's another day. Thank you, Jim.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Anything further on 40, sir?
No.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I just want
Councilman
to
Moreno.
clarify, the sidewalks, it used to be 40, somebody was charging, meaning us, $45 a linear foot. And I think we got it some down into the high 20s. Is that still the accurate amount?
I apologize, I don't know that number off the top of my
That
head.
changed from year to year because I
But
understand costs
it
go
was
up.
reduced from that original number, I do know that.
All right, thank you.
Okay. May we, any objection to moving item 40? No, sir. Councilman Maniscalco, if you wish to.
I'd like to move item 40.
Any second?
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Dingfelder. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. And has item 43?
Yes, item 43 is a contract for milling roadways. We use this type of work for going out and taking out old asphalt. In many cases, it's obviously in bad shape, it's at a wrong elevation, and then our in-house crews follow and do in-house resurfacing. So that's the intent of the contract. I'm here to answer any questions you may have about this particular item.
Councilman.
Yes, thank you. And I did pull this item. I have the backup, but remind me, it appeared to me this was either the sole source or.
It's not a sole source.
I don't think it was competitive, though. I didn't see anybody else bidding on that bid sheet. Anybody help me?
I'll defer to Mr. Hart. He may know the answer to that. It was a bid item.
I know it was bid. I didn't.
I don't
when
know
I looked
if
at the
others-
bid, when I looked at the bid sheet, but I know we've used this company repetitively
Yes,
over the years,
they're a
and I
very
don't
good
see any other
company.
company out there doing the same thing. And I'm just wondering.
It was a single bidder that bid on it.
It's a single bidder,
Thank
yeah.
you, Mr. Hart.
And I'm just wondering, why is it that
Yes.
these guys are always the single bidder and there's nobody else out there, yada, yada, yada?
This type of work requires very expensive equipment
Yes.
and very specialized skills. That's why we typically outsource large amounts of it, because it's just something that is not, we haven't built a business case yet to do this type of thing in-house. And being that it is specialized, there's not a lot of contractors apparently that are interested in having this as their niche business. There are some that do this along with other major construction, you know, your Kimmonses and your Couches and all those big contractors. So I can't really explain why there isn't more of a market of competitors in this particular area. But
Right.
the
Well,
firm we are using, we have used before, and they're very reputable and they do good work for us.
Right, but when you don't have competitive bids, pretty soon your prices are gonna go higher and higher, and I don't know if these are or not, but that's just the nature of things. You know, if I know I'm only gonna be the only bidder, then there's nothing to constrain me.
Sometimes there's marketplace dynamics in terms of a lot of work out in the workplace. And so the smaller contracts aren't as appealing to contractors because they're going after the big projects. So
Right.
that could be a factor. I don't really have
Well, I guess I would urge not you, because you're too busy, but you could urge your people to reach out to the Kimmonses and some of the others to have that discussion with them. So then next year, when we see this same bid, maybe there'll be more competition. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Miranda, then Councilman
Yes,
Booth.
Mr. Duncan, I want to make sure that I understand the type. This is the one that the road is down and it's bumpy and goofy looking and everything else, like Havana Avenue has been for years, Howard, and it's being done, and it looks Himes had the same work done.
Yes.
This is a big machine that goes out and gets the same roadway, picks it up, grinds it, and then we come behind it and put it back down. That's the one that does it much quicker. And if you want to really go the long mile, instead of saying, let's not use anything, let's go back the old way, so it costs 5 times more. Because the old way, you didn't have this equipment, and you couldn't do it
Right.
the way you're doing it now.
Yes,
So,
sir.
And for your own department, I think I would like to see personally what the cost would be if you didn't do it this way and you did it some other way. Maybe it's cheaper, I don't know. I
Yeah.
love competitive bidding. I really do.
We're always
Our cars go up every year, even though it's competitive bidding.
we're always looking at
I like the Chinese
outsourcing.
and the Mexicans.
We always look at outsourcing versus in-house to find that sweet spot of what's the best balance. And in this case, it's consistently, this is the type of thing that we're better off outsourcing. We'd love to have more people interested in doing this work. Possibly with more work through the sales tax, we'll start having other companies that decide, hey, this is a good thing to get into, and we will have more bidders. So that would be a great situation to
You do
have.
a lot more miles, so you might
Yes.
have some more bidders, you're right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Goods.
We have a lot of roads that we do this type of work, pulling this up. I see those guys out there working all the time, pulling this up. So my question is, if our guys are out there working, why are we not trying to get a machine, buy a machine of our own and do this in-house versus going out-house, spending this kind of money?
Sure.
I don't see where we keep spending money. Well, I think we can save money if we do some things in-house.
As I mentioned, the equipment is expensive. It requires a lot of maintenance because it's doing rough work out there, and we don't have the staff and the skill set for that type of equipment. So we occasionally revisit and see, like I said, in-house versus outsourcing, and we've not have enough evidence at this point that it would be worth us investing in this equipment ourselves, having a place where we have to store it, having maintenance support for it, having the staff for it. So those are the reasons why we currently feel that we get a better expenditure of our monies to outsource. We do some small-scale versions of this in-house, but on the large scale, it's we get more efficiencies if we have a dedicated contractor for this kind of work.
I wish you kind of look into that again, because I'm just looking at, we have plenty of big lots that city equipment is on. It could be a job factor for some new people, training as well for some who are already there in that department. I just think it's something you may need to look in the future, because we're continuing to spend money to outsource, but yet we're doing the same project, spending money. I just think we can save money by doing some things in-house.
Anything further from council? Councilman Carlson.
I can bring this up under new business, but agreeing with Councilmember Dingfelder, people have asked why he and I pulled so many things from the agenda, and I didn't pull any this time. It's not because I'm new, he's new back, but my concern, I can speak for myself. My concern is that over the last year or more, I've heard lots of complaints from the community about how the bidding process was done, the lack of transparency, the lack of the number of bidders, and also lack of minority participation. And what I would propose maybe later is that on the bidding sheets, on the summary forms that we get, there's a summary called background, and some of them have a sentence or two about the bidding, and that makes it more transparent, and we have information there without having to bother staff. It would be more helpful if there was a section, not just background, but a section on what the bidding process was and what the outcome was, because then we don't have to waste staff time. I told the mayor the other day I have 100% confidence in her, but it would help with the transparency if we could just have that. And then number two, it would be great if there was another section that just talked about the attempt to get minority participation. I think that would save us a lot of time not having to pull things from the agenda.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Miranda.
No, I reserve my time for about another year.
Anything else? Councilman Dingfelder, are we okay to move
Yes.
to 43, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. And I guess that's Councilman Maniscalco. We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Citro. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, now we move to item 67.
Yes.
Staff reports.
Thank you. This is one of our major stormwater improvement projects that we came to council, probably it's been a couple years now, when we were discussing the the capital assessment for stormwater. And we had what we called the big yellow dots and the yellow little dots, and this was one of the 5 big yellow dots. And this project has been in the quarterly report that we've been providing to council over the last probably year and a half. This project is basically going to put in about 770 feet of box culvert, and I think I have a little photo I can share that would be helpful. It's going to be a transformative project in terms of the amount of stormwater improvement we're going to be able to make, as well as creating a water quality improvement scenario for the area. So if you look on here, you can see these red lines. This is the system we're talking about here today. The orange was a system that was built a couple years ago with city dollars, about an $8 million project. This project is being co-funded by SwiftMud. They're paying 50% of the construction. They also paid for 50% of the design already. We're excited because we've got green infrastructure included in this project. We've got baffle boxes, pervious pavement, and there'll be a significant water quality improvement with this project, as well as significant flooding improvement for a very large area. And going through the SwiftMud approval process, they actually did what's called a third-party review. So they had their own consultants and their own staff come in and analyze our project and determine whether or not it met the cost feasibility parameters and whether they would support co-funding 50% of the design and construction. And we had to demonstrate the flood and water quality benefits to get their approval. So they've recently made those approvals, and we're very pleased that we have quite a contribution on their part for the project. We went through the, of course, RFQ process, put an opportunity out there for a team, design build team, to come in and bid on the project. We selected a very good firm and contractor that is going to be designing and building this system. And we negotiated the guaranteed maximum price, which we call the GMP. We actually negotiated down several $1 million through that process. And this is a very good approach that we're taking on this project because it gives us the comfort level that we know the project is not going to go beyond that set price unless there's some additional work that we decide we want to add into it. So it removes a lot of the risk on a very large scale project that could encounter a lot of issues as we get out there and start building very deep trenches into the ground. So that's a quick overview of the project, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from council for item 67?
No, just a quick comment. I think I showed you the picture. I know I showed Brad the picture of the flooding from 2015 at this area at Rome approaching Kennedy, and it looked like Venice. It just looked like canals. You don't
Yes,
even
sir.
see streets. It was in that era. So this outfall, this Cypress Street outfall improvement is it's going to prevent this from happening again. I spoke with several property owners over the years. I know businesses were flooded. It was a disaster. And I think this is something that is much needed. I know it's a lot of money, and I know this goes back to September 1st, 2016, when we approved the capital improvement project. So this is a continuation of that $251 million approval. And I'm glad to see this happening, as well as SwiftMud doing their part, because that affects the other projects, Upper Peninsula and everything. And I believe it was, what, $20 million total from SwiftMud?
It was about a little over 17 million total from SwiftMud,
Okay,
yes.
okay. So, good, all right, well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Dingfelder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm supportive of the stormwater program. I'm supportive, and we first passed it in 2003 on a smaller basis. And I'm proud that the subsequent council enlarged the program because we do need stormwater improvement all across the city, and we're doing it, and it's fantastic. And I commend you for it. I asked to have this pulled. I didn't realize it was under staff reports already, specifically to address the MBE issue. And we're gonna keep banging on that issue a lot until people get tired of it. But maybe we can make some gains. I saw in the contractor, the prime contractor's response, he or she or they said that right now they estimate a minority, small business, what do we call it, WMBE, estimate of approximately 8%, and maybe up to 11%, depending on if the city buys the culverts ourselves. We all heard on the campaign trail that folks are tired of us mulling around in the single digits for WMBE. And this isn't just apply to your programs, Gene. This applies to all the city's projects, and I'm glad Mr. Baird just walked in because he's got many of them too. But you know, are we satisfied with that? Is if they came in at 8%, or if we can tweak it up to 11%, is that it? Is that our goal? Is that where we want to be? This is a huge project by anybody's estimation, $35 million, and I'm sure it's going to last a couple, maybe 2 years or something like that. Can we do better?
I'd like to defer to Mr. Gregory Hart, if you don't mind, who is our minority business officer, and he can probably give you a little bit better explanation on that.
Good afternoon, Chairman Vieira and honorable council members. Gregory Hart, Equal Business Opportunity. We strive, and our objective is to maximize opportunities in every competitive procurement that we engage in. And there's a process by which we attempt to do that. And goals that are set on projects are driven by empirical data that is a result of our disparity study and disparity analysis, where goals are narrowly tailored to impact those groups affected by underutilization on participation in projects. Essentially what that means is that we are bound and predicated to set goals which are targeting gender-specific and ethnic minority-specific participation must be based on availability, capacity, and certification of those firms. So we take that information and we apply statistical evidence that will justify the city setting mandated goals for participation. And so when we do that, we are maximizing the opportunity by identifying empirically who's in the community, who's licensed to do specific work, and has the capacity to respond to those solicitations. Then we take those projects such as this under the GMP, we get the engineering estimate, which is developed by the consultant. They have to develop a budget, and they have to identify all the tasks and categories of work associated with it. Through that, we have what's called a project task worksheet. We look at all of those elements. We align them with who in the community that operates as a subcontractor or prime could respond to the need to prosecute that work. And in short, I'm going to cut to the chase, we use that information to set a goal, to the maximum goal for participation. And then we require that bidder to go out into the community and solicit quotes based on that information about what's in that contract. And that's how we're able to justifiably, with empirical evidence, to say, we expect you to make every effort, and we know this is what's out in the community. Come back to us and attempt to achieve this goal. And if you don't, tell us why and demonstrate why that occurred. So I hope that helps a little bit.
Can I have a little follow-on?
Yeah, Councilman Guzin and Councilman Dingfelder.
Okay, go ahead.
Or whichever.
Let me follow on one. if I
I'm
could.
sorry, yep, Councilman Dingfelder.
Yeah, just as a continuation. Thank you, Mr. Hart. Let's speak to this specific project and $35 million, okay? On page 31 in the ultimate contract, and this is a design-build effort. So this contract, like some of our big contracts, this is like, okay, prime contractor, you take this soup to nuts. You're going to design it, you're going to build it, then it's going to get inspected. They're going to have the whole deal, okay? I would think there'd be opportunities for smaller engineering firms in the minority community or women-owned community or what have you, small engineering firms to assist. Definitely, I mean, we're talking about digging holes in the ground and stopping traffic and all these types of kind of standard construction practices. It's hard for me to believe that we can't find, more than 8 or 9% of the women in minority communities to assist this prime contractor with this project. With that said, they make reference in item 30.4 it says, "The firm shall report to the city its subcontractors and subconsultants and suppliers solicited or utilized as required by Exhibit C." Do we already have that response in our possession, or is that something they give us later?
Yes, sir, you will have that and should have that in your backup material. Now, well, let me explain that.
I don't think so.
Well, you may not yet for the GMP. Now, these type projects they're approached under two specific phases.
Now, here's my question, Greg, before you go on. I don't care if I have it because I'm not seeing it, but sometimes I don't find all the backup, but that's probably my own fault. My question is, do you have it? Do we as a city already have that response that says, here are the people we've attempted to contact, here's the ones we plan on using, yada, yada. Do we already have that as part of these negotiations?
That's forthcoming, sir. We're in phase 2. We're at the GMP stage, where we have examined the way the contractor designed and built the budget for the actual construction. That's phase 2. We're there now. Having reached that phase 2 point, we have sat down with the contractor, we've examined his material, and we have provided him with a goal based on information, which is 15%, and we have also provided that contractor with a minimum contact list based on our review of our database, and we say, here at a minimum, and I want to emphasize minimum, here's a minimum list of 50 firms, which now we're telling you at this phase, upon approval of this item, you are now to go out into the community and you're to solicit quotes from our certified MWBEs.
Okay, so that's a great answer. It's a great answer because you just said the key number. You said 15%, right?
Yes, sir.
Her response dated May 21st, Exhibit E, his response, Donald Woodruff, president of this particular vendor, the prime contractor, at the bottom of the page, he says, currently, our DBE participation is approximately 8.8% based upon all subcontracted work. So should the city do this, direct purchase of the box culvert, those numbers will be adjusted to 11%. He's telling you, hey, we don't care about your 15% goal. This is our response, 8.8%. Okay, and so it's almost half of what our goal is. So we're going in accepting almost half of what our goal is, and we'll never get anywhere if we do that.
No, sir, we do not accept.
Well, we didn't reject it.
The contractor does not set the goal. The city has set a goal of 15%. The contractor perhaps forecasted based on their preliminary observation and expectation of where some opportunities may be, and I compliment them on that. So they've gotten ahead of the game, which is great. But they do not set the goal. We tell them what the opportunities are and what we expect, and it's 15%, not 8%.
Okay, that's what we expect. But I've got a feeling we didn't rebut this letter of May 21st, and I've done construction litigation, and this would be evidence for him to say, hey, we let you know, and nobody responded back and had a problem with it, okay? And as Mr. Miranda said earlier, he said, what did you say about when we go out and you're going to walk the alley? What was that expression you used?
He's going to really go I use.
Yeah.
Trust but verify.
Trust but verify. Okay.
I always do that, sir. And I want to go see the alley.
Exactly. And my point is, this is the same thing, Charlie, is if they throw this to us and say 8%, as we're doing really great at 8%, and you're saying 15%, then I know you, Greg, and I've known you a long time, and you're a great guy, and you work hard at this, and you probably get a lot of information back from these vendors. I think we need to trust you, but verify later. So my motion is, I'm going to recommend we approve this. We need to get this stormwater stuff moving. But I also am going to suggest that every couple of months over the next 2 years that this project is going on, or whatever it is, that you come back with the verify that Mr. Miranda indicated in a different context, and that you come back to us and say, let's tell us how he's doing. Let's tell us that he's hitting that 15%. And if he's not, let's get him in here and this company in here to tell us why. And I think only when we do that sort of thing do we actually hit our goal.
Yes, sir. If I may, sir,
Yes.
I want you to know that we meet with the contractor. We discuss that very position that they took early on. And that's when we sit down and have a conference, which is required as part of the GMP process. We discuss that very forecast that they submitted. We know what the opportunities are, and based on the information we have, that goal will be 15%, and that's what you're going to strive for.
And that's
So
the
we
letter, and that's the letter that should be in the file in response to the May 21st letter that says exactly that, because I believe you, Greg. You said it verbally, but guess what? It doesn't carry as much weight unless we put it in writing, and they know that that is our hard written expectation. I'm not picking on you, you know that.
Yes, sir. And it is in the file. It's on your council action, 15%. We have an EBO determination letter, which is another instrument that's binding. It's on file. You may not see all of the back house work that goes into this, but it's there. We cover the city, and we make it clear what the city's expectation is for minority and small business participation. The documentation is present.
I've said enough.
All right. Anybody else?
Yeah,
Councilman?
a lot of this, I know I have a meeting with you set up.
Yes, sir.
And I've got a lot of things that we're gonna discuss that I'm not happy with. Verification is key to me. As a retired police officer, I always verify the facts. I don't think we verify facts. I think we rubber stamp. We don't go out. We don't investigate. We don't make sure that they're saying what they're doing. What they're doing, what they're saying. I don't believe that we're going out, these contractors, seeing that they have minorities on the job. How do we know? Who verifies this? Who verifies that they're actually telling you they have their 15%? Or they just giving you an application, well, these are so many employees we say, but do we know if those persons ever hit the job site? These are questions that I'm going to be asking in the near future, and I've got some other, I'm not going to hammer you to it today. We'll do that behind closed doors because I've got some serious concerns with you and our procurement, how our FRPs are going out. They should be different levels. Everybody can't eat. We're going at 1%, and that 1% is dictating how it's going to go. We have to look at these RFPs and have steps so the small guy can eat, the middle guy can eat. And the big guy's just getting it all. He's dictating who will eat and who won't eat. Those are some big concerns I have. I'm going to go along with this today, but I can tell you in the near future, we're going to have some conversations because we have to look how we put these RFPs out, and I can guarantee you, we don't market well enough at all. I've been to other city events and asked questions, why don't we market? We have a bad marketing strategy within the city of Tampa. We don't market at all. Even with our housing programs, we don't market. And I made that reference last Saturday when I was at an event. We have to market. You want people, you got to go out to them. You got to get the information to them. Not small bits and pieces where the big guy is biting. He's the only one that can bite. And that's the problem I have with a lot of our processes. And I'm going to reserve my rest of my comments till we have our meeting. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Anyone else on 67? Councilman Carlson? Or, yeah, 67, excuse me.
Sorry I haven't had a chance to meet you yet, and I look forward to meeting with you and partnering with you on this. It's a big area of interest and concern of mine, also minority participation. I've heard lots of feedback and comments of companies and people who want to participate more, and I've been given some feedback that I would love to pass on to you and also hear what you're doing. One of the ideas that I was talking to, we have an issue coming up in a little while that's a much bigger project than this one, and one of the ideas that I had was, and maybe we could, above a certain size project, do this, is have besides whatever you're doing already to reach out to minority businesses, is maybe have a city council sponsored fair for projects above a certain size. But that way we are communicating. We're not just relying on city staff to communicate. We're communicating to all of our networks to tell everybody this is a $35 million contract or a $3 billion contract coming up, and please tell all your friends who could possibly qualify to come to this. That way we know at least that we're communicating with our constituents, and we can talk about other ideas like that later. Thank you.
Appreciate it. I made a note of that. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'd like to move the resolution.
Okay.
Second.
Councilman Dingfelder, did you have something, sir?
Yeah, it's just a friendly amendment, Mr. Maniscalco, that, and I'll support like I said, I'll support the resolution for item 67, but I would like to add a friendly amendment that staff would come back in person during the life of this contract every 3 months to give us an update specifically on the WMBE issues.
Second.
Okay, and are you amenable to that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco with a friendly amendment. It's 3 months. September?
No, I can leave it up to staff if it's okay with the clerk.
Do we, I assume we need a date?
In order to put it on the agenda.
Yeah.
Well, they could just do it, can't they just put it on themselves when those 3 months come
Well, I
up?
think you got it from the start of the contract.
All right. Do I have to pick every date?
No, just when you the first one to start.
The first one to start, Mr. Shelby.
Do you want to inquire of
3
staff
months.
of when would that be?
We could just start from today's date and go 3 months out
Yeah.
and
Would that satisfy, Madam Clerk?
The first
September
week in-
1.
What's our September date? How's that?
Yeah, September, every 3 months thereafter.
September 5th? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Maniscalco. Mr. Guido?
We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And before we get to 68, I neglected to ask, and I proves that I am no gentleman. Our clerks, do y'all, you okay? You all okay? And and after 68, just so that we can stretch, let's take a 10-minute break. I mean, I'm okay with it, but just for the heck of it, 5 minutes. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, the next item, I believe it's 68, is just a companion item that goes along with number 67, appropriating the $8 million and change portion of the SwiftMud grant into this project. So, financial resolution that's tied to the bigger GMP item.
Any questions?
No, I move the resolution.
Second. We have a motion by Councilman Maniscalco, a second by Councilman Dingfelder. All in support? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. And who's here for 69? How about let's take a 5-minute break. Just 5 minutes. We'll be back in 5.